Hello, everybody. Sorry about the delay. I was attempting to get through a really big merge that I don't even know if it worked properly, so I'm going to have to find out what's changed incorrectly as we move forward. We'll see what's going on. I've got Michael on the horn today, though, so I'm not alone. Okay, I'm back.
Come back.
Hello, Madison. Mayo. Oh. Mayonnaise to you too, Madison.
What? Mayo.
Mayo.
Oh, no. Can't do that.
I cannot do that. LeMayo.
My inventory is full.
Oh, the hero now slowly slides. Hold on, I might have accidentally stuck them in the ground. Let me fix that real quick.
You have made quicksand.
Oh no, gravity just doesn't get applied to them anymore. Wow, this merge was...
Makes me think of Revenant.
Wait, what? Hold on, there's an invisible block here. What is this? What makes you think of Remnant?
Quicksand.
Quicksand makes you think of Remnant? What was the quicksand?
In the Asia DLC.
There was quicksand in Yasha?
Hmm?
I don't remember quicksand. This is Remnant 1?
This Remnant 2.
There was quicksand?
There's an area that has quicksand, yes.
I don't remember the quicksand part. I remembered getting turned into a statue.
It's insane because there's a thing you have to do to get an archetype, and it's not as bad as as the most infamous archetype in the game in terms of how the hell would you even think of doing these things, but it makes me think like
They don't expect you to think of them.
How did someone find this? Like, there's so many secrets in that game that are just like old school secrets. Seriously, like they're just like, how the fuck did someone find this?
It's like a hidden wall.
Well,
literally, I guess.
there are those. There's some of that, but it's not for this.
Wait, where's the... Hold on, which of these do I need? There's 2 capsule colliders on this lad. One of them seems correct.
Just do it as a separate check. Just seems kind of silly because you have to do this again and again and again and again. And it's just repeating.
Oh. Wait, where did... Sprites. Player animation.
Movement check being dodging,
Sprites.
ledge grab, ledge climb, wall slide, crouching. Yeah, so none of those situations we want to be able to do this dash.
Where did he put...
Alright.
Whoa, that's not it. Where did Vincent put the art? Demo? Is it in the sprite sheet for the dude? No.
I don't know what the property is for that in this.
Okay, hold on, because the player has a sprite. Let's go here. Where are you?
I am in my room.
Oh, I'm blind.
I feel safe.
Ah! I see why I picked the wrong one.
It wouldn't be base attack. It'd be. I'd have to make something for this. Either that or it'd be double tap, which.
Ah.
I think it would make sense to do like a double tap in a direction to do a dash. A long dash.
Hmm. It might be a little cumbersome on controller.
Well, I think with controller that would be. It wouldn't be double.
Could probably be some sort of button combination. I guess.
Yeah, unless I could do it with keyboard. Do something with keyboard that's kind of like that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, I think the capsule collider on the player and the enemy is not 100% correct. Maybe.
Might be a way to do that in the input action, but I'm not sure. You got move. Okay.
This is still environment, right? Okay. That's tagged as environment. What? What? Where are these colliders coming from? Okay, it just needed a refresh, I guess. LeMayo. Oh, good. The enemy is not responding properly. Why not? Okay, that's on the right layer. Oh, jeez. Oh, it might have something to do with the audio listeners. Where are the audio listeners? I just have an empty object. Interesting. Who's texting me? Oh. Audio listener. Okay, there's only one audio listener. Why was it screaming at me that there were two? It's still screaming at me that there are two. Oh, that's just references to that specific one. Can't be one on the parent object. They're gonna have to scrub through everything here and see where there might be a second audio listener, or maybe it's just at runtime. Does another camera get made? Camera clone. Yes. Going to delete that camera then. Such a strong man. Big strong boy. All right. Okay, that's not what I need to worry about. I don't care about that. Wonderful. Did this get broken for some reason?
Wunderbar? Oh, shift does this slide. I didn't know that. Okay.
No. It should still be triggering. It's just not for some reason. Weird. Gonna open Notepad++. I don't want that. I don't like that. Oh,
I think I just broke you.
sounds good to me.
Very easy to do. At least for me. Any key though. Why would I want that? Any key? Tap. Holy crap, is that what I want? Yes. Holy shit. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Nice.
There's a multi-tap option on
Yes.
when you make an action. So if you multi-tap any of the buttons that are listed under the action, it will work. And it is it may have to still use an axis. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter. Because you're already using move. And it's going to base the direction that you dash based off the move. So if you press A, if you double tap A, it's going to go left. If you double tap D, it's going to go right. Even if I don't actually set that up in the actual action. And then setting it up for the joystick, or for, at least for the gamepad. How would you do that? Maybe I could use right shoulder, but that's already used for slide.
Look in here got changed, right? It's just a prefab. Yeah. Don't understand. The enemy didn't get changed very much. Oh wait, hold on. The player did though. No, still tag this player. Okay.
Figure that out.
I don't understand. Everything looks the same. It's just that the enemy is not performing the actions that I'm expecting them to with the raycast.
Instance, action map, player. Oh wait, did I not generate it? Or save. You know, saving would be nice.
God, why can't I jump? What am I being hurt by?
I don't think it'll make a pile. I think that's the problem, is that yeah. It has to be able to compile it in order to see that. Just want to make sure that it actually shows here. It does not. Why?
Oh God, everything is broken.
I'm sorry. I will try to help when I'm able to do this. Log dash. Why is it not in here? Did it not regenerate? Okay, first and foremost, I gotta see that this is actually gonna appear in here.
I don't know. I don't know how much you can help, unfortunately. With the broken game projects. I mean, they happen pretty often. I've got to remember what I did and where I did it in order to fix this, because it's all the enemies. The enemy's not responding correctly to how I had things set up. They looks like they can recognize the player, but for some reason, as soon as the player enters the collider now, it just immediately damages them. Maybe the enemy's animator is messed up somehow? But I already checked it. It does just have this.
Yeah, I had to re-enable the generate C# class for the input action, because I don't know why it wasn't on, just on. You're gonna be using it. It should just keep it generated. There's no reason to turn it off.
The what? For the input action?
on the input action asset, there's an option to generate the C# class, which he must have done at some point,
Oh.
um, but he had it toggled off. I'm not exactly sure why. Considering that in the way in his implementation, he would need it to be generated whenever possible, anytime a change is made. My brain just shut off. Okay, there we go.
Tag manager. Wait, the tag manager shows that there should be a world boundary option, but I don't have it.
Tag?
Player.
It's not a tag. It's a layer.
Oh, it's a layer.
I was gonna say, because that shouldn't be
It's in the
case.
tag manager for some reason.
That's interesting.
I assume this involves both tags and layers.
Does not you. Wait, when you say this, what do you mean? This?
The tag manager. The thing that we were talking about.
I don't know. I've never touched it.
Well, I think it's automatic.
The tag manager is automatic.
I guess so. It's probably something that the Unity handles. It's under project
No.
settings.
I don't think so. Oh, when you
Project
say tag,
settings. So
it- is there? It's something in Unity, or is it?
yes,
Oh, okay. Like actually a
it's in
UI
project
element.
settings tag manager. Oh, so it is an asset.
Okay. Yeah, because there are definitely some things they changed. Like apparently they have like layer settings that are kind of similar to Godot. A little more confusing, but
It's got to be something about the enemy itself. Something get removed that I was using? The only thing I think I added was the hitbox. Everything else should be natural. Maybe the raycast. Is the raycast hitting the player's hitbox or the enemy's hitbox? Hang on. I don't know how this wasn't a problem in mine if it is. Oh right, he needs that to live. Whoops. Oh, that's interesting. Are you using raycasts for the camera boundaries or something? Or like physical boundaries on the camera?
it's using collision.
Okay. I put the enemy on ignore raycasts layer, and now they can't enter the screen.
Oh. Okay. I should have set the other layers for the world boundary. I thought I did. Sure, I did. I went through that table and set it up so that universally world boundary would only really collide with
Whoops.
player. Although I suppose maybe the cameras collided. Well,
Looks like the raycast is always on, but that shouldn't be the case. Oh, what did I change in here? Oh, I just got rid of start. Sure. That's fine.
oh. Wait. What? Member with the same name is already declared. Okay. That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean?
Let's see what this is.
Hmm? Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Why is it telling me that this is... Member with the same name is already declared. How so? Okay. Oh, right. Duh.
Here, you know what? I need to make this a conditional breakpoint.
It's already long dashing. Shouldn't.
Excuse me, condition? I must have clicked on the one above it. Oh well. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, there we go. There's a condition.
This would be so much less confusing with a delegate state machine. But
Alright, so this just isn't detecting the player. Why not? Whoops. Shit. Yeah, you stay there, that's fine. I caught him. There's no need to worry. Squats! I can do squats. Oh, whoops. Should wake my foot back up so I can do squats. Oh yeah. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
1,
No state flags.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Doing spots.
Yep. 8,
Okay.
9, 10. Rah. Gotta work the glutes so I don't get office chair ass. Thank you for the exercise medicine. Although I'm pretty sure that my back is not straight during that at all. Why is this raycast not detecting the player anymore? Player is of tag player. Has tag player. If the raycast is going to hit the player and detect that the player is there, if it detects the player, this should trigger. This debug point. Breakpoint. Let's see what we're actually getting. This should be disabled. Oh. Oh. You're using colliders, right. Hold on. The enemy is detecting the main camera with the raycast the whole time. So I need to get my drumsticks. I keep like twirling up, what is this? Clothespin? This is a clothespin that I have on my desk. I keep like twirling it in my hand.
Oh.
Okay, Brinko Burr. Hi. I need to find out where that camera gets set then. Does that get added in the player? Camera prefab instantiate. Okay, so there's a prefab before that I can go find. Stop accosting the player. Main camera, preferably. Layer player? So the raycast is detecting all layers, I guess, then? Can I limit it to the default layer? Will the player be on layer player? That's fun to say. I don't think so.
Will the player be on player layer?
Yeah.
Yes. Why wouldn't they?
That's gonna cause problems for enemy detection. Or for the enemies detecting the player.
Go to well,
if I can detect
look
based
if
on
you
the
look at
default layer.
Wait, are you using raycast
Yep.
right now? Yeah, it is based off the layer.
we keep the player on the default layer, I can just probably check the layer to see where the player... I'm gonna get confused with this.
Well, I guess the player itself doesn't have to stay on that layer, and we could just change the layer name to be... Well, actually, we might even be able to get rid of the player layer.
We can make the camera like UI or something, right?
Well, I was just saying we can make it so that the camera's on the world boundary layer.
Also possible.
And then the player, or the, I guess like the default wouldn't interact with that. Is it really like, that's mainly for that, or you can have like a camera layer or something like that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, so right now the player is on default, but the camera is on player, and I'm still detecting the player layer. I'm still detecting the camera while it's on the player layer.
Yeah.
So even if we did change what layer it's currently on for the camera, it wouldn't matter. It would still detect it, most likely. Unless raycasts inherently are removed from certain layers, but I think the layers that we're thinking about right now are all custom.
Yeah, what I was basically getting at was like, then you would know which layer to mask. Or mask out, I guess.
Yeah. That's true, I guess. To mask out world boundary.
Mask.
Oh no, wait, I can't watch anybody play Black Myth Wukong. I want to play Black Myth Wukong.
Are you going to get it?
Eventually. Alright, right now I'm in other endeavors. I want to play it eventually, but I'm probably not going to play it right now.
No, not right now. I'm just saying.
Or, like... I'm not going to play it anytime soon, I don't think.
I don't know.
Although, I guess that would probably be the way to draw in a crowd.
Yeah.
Go get a hot new game. Jeez. Zweihände.
You do YouTube shorts with Warframe on the
On Emperor's Booty?
I was gonna say Wisp, but you know.
Oh no, the new thing is one of the Ember skins.
Yeah, and I've seen what it looks like.
I think Wisp got a butt nerf.
Nerf, yeah.
Yeah. Ba, 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 ba.
Funny. It's also weird to me that I saw what the new Warframe looks like, because she's kind of looks like a pregnant frame.
Warframe.
Jade, I think, is the one. I wonder, like, how do they manage all these frames? You know, Bungie had trouble keeping up with the content that they had for Destiny 2. I can't even. I don't know. People wonder why they don't get back to old content.
I can't tell if that's like an energy ball that it's putting in front of itself, or if it's
It
If it's like part of its body.
it looks like it's part of the body. I saw that they also buffed Inaros.
Oh, she's supposed to look like an angel.
Oh.
She looks like she's got a bunch of wispy bits around her that are supposed to look like those wings that wrap around in a lot of angel depictions.
Apparently in Warframe 1999, there are some changes or things that are going to be a part of the game that have something to do with the quality of life. I know that apparently they've talked about quality of life coming this year, like apparent big things, not just like small quality of life. I don't know what that means, but
Game makes it clear she was turned into a... Oh, okay, yeah. She was made a Warframe. Yeah, she's pregnant, I guess. I read a little excerpt in the trivia that basically said that... Okay, yeah, that's definitely part of her body. It basically said that, Jade and some other frame had a baby.
got weird. It went very far from what I had thought
Baby.
Dark Sector would be.
There wasn't this much ass in Dark Sector.
No, not that.
There weren't this many babies in Dark Sector.
I kind of wish they actually would make the regular, like the original Dark Sector.
Isn't that what Warframe like 1999 is supposed to be or whatever?
From what I have seen, like it's supposed to almost be.
It's supposed to be a nod to it at the very least.
Maybe in some capacity.
Because I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure in the trailer that they showed, you're like, I think Hayden Tenno is still around at that time.
I'm assuming, yeah. I haven't played through the new war, so I don't know a lot of the things that.
Oh God, the new war was crazy.
Because you need to get the Necrolisk and.
Yep. The Necrolist takes a while to get to, I think.
And I'm like, why is this? I kind of wish they would allow you to not have to do so much of the things that aren't the main gameplay, but like you have to. You don't have a choice. It's really weird.
Maybe I shouldn't be using a physics raycast.
What other kind of raycast did you use?
Collider 2D raycast.
That exists? Pretty sure that's just a physics raycast by a different name.
I think it has some default properties that I could benefit from, maybe.
Oh, okay. So it's probably like a shape cast.
It might be. I don't want it to be, I do want it to be array.
Okay. I don't know that.
So hopefully it's not a shapecast. Starts at the collider position and ignores the collider itself. Oh. The function is similar to physics 2D raycast non-alloc.
Okay, so that's going to add in.
But I still need to mask.
A bitwise operation there. That. And then the second part. Why would it?
Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I'm not storing the collider. Ah. Oh, we've got the enemy rigid body.
No, like Microsoft.
That uses the collider, but it doesn't have the collider, I don't think, that I can access.
Bitwise and operator. Copies of data. Yeah. A and B equals 12, which is.
Is that what I chose? It's not what I chose. It's not what I wanted to choose.
A holds 60 and variable B holds 13.
Get attached colliders. Wait, is that an out? It's not an out. Okay, I guess it's just going to fill it with a... Alright, screw it. We're just going to do a physics raycast. And I'll edit it myself. I'll just add a layer mask. Content filter. Origin, direction, distance. Distance.
So in this case, we're dealing with just the state flag.
Oh wait, int layer mask. Okay.
Which when you inverse that, as complement
Wait, hold
operators,
on. Does this
unary
mask
and as
filter to check objects only on a specific layer? Does the layer mask need to include?
which is in twos complement.
Are these layers that I am masking, or is this the layer that I want to check?
Horrible description. Okay. So you flip the bits, then
Oh, flipping bits.
flipping bits.
Let's look at the layer mask. Specifies layers to use in a physics raycast. Okay. So these are the layers that I want included in the physics raycast, not the layers that I want to mask out.
Yes.
Okay. It's a little confusing there.
Yes. It is.
Just one little confusing.
don't necessarily need to remove that.
The good news is, it didn't detect anything. What do you mean? Hit is not equal to no. Why, SpongeBob? Why? Okay, let's just get rid of it. If it doesn't want to abide by my null check, I just won't do it. And it'll just break later down the line. It'll be okay. I mean, I have the same number of errors. Mm-hmm. Fine, we just have errors then. That's how we roll today. Give me back my conditions, you fool! Just because I clicked slightly out of the text box.
How would you... I don't understand how these... like, for instance, the slide that's in here. I don't know how we're stopping it from allowing you to slide again. Like, I don't know how we're not
What do you mean?
repeatedly able to slide within like the same.
Oh, by like just spamming slide basically.
Yeah.
Might be like it might be like a part of the animation states thing. I know he's doing like attacks based on a timer.
Yeah, I know that. But the thing with slide, for instance, is yeah, that would explain the animation, but it wouldn't explain the velocity change.
Slowing down, you mean?
No. Like, if I slide,
Yeah.
from what I'm seeing, you should be able to repeatedly slide without the animation completing. Even if the animation can't be played again until it completes, the velocity change can still happen.
I haven't been noticing that.
And that's why, yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is why that isn't the case.
One thing I learned in boating school is... If it's not based off of a timer, I don't know. I would have assumed that he would have done like a timer based off of the animation's length or the state length or something. Maybe there's a behavior.
Maybe the movement timer.
Where's the slide?
I think it is the movement timer.
Potentially. I actually don't see a slide state.
It's not a
Oh wait,
state,
it's not called.
dodging.
Yeah, I was about to say
Dodging
it's
is
called dodge.
the state.
Okay, there's no behavior on it, so yeah, it's probably the movement timer then.
There's a lot of disparate things.
You get a temporary license for boating to do that? That's pretty cool. Did they just teach you like the basics that you needed? I said I was gonna get my boating license at one point. They just gave you a license? Oh wow.
That was easy.
Yeah. I said I was gonna go get my boating license at one point, and then I started doing the test, and then I was like, oh, this is gonna take me like a couple days to finish. I thought this was gonna be like an afternoon thing. This was back when we had a boat and we would go boating regularly.
Oh, I never did the lever action. Whoops. I'll explain that.
Layer mask of default results in the raycast never hitting anything. Why? I don't know. It should definitely be hitting the player. Look, look, look. I'm in your raycast. I'm in your raycast, you dingus. Hit me. Fight me. Give me a hug.
Give me a hug.
Yeah. Yeah, so the raycast is just always null. It does, in fact, light up as though it is detecting something, but it will never ever tell me what that something that it is detecting is. And it appears to be graying out at random times. Why? I feel like the... Oh, yeah. I feel like the jump eats my jumps sometimes.
Oh.
I don't know if you can hear my spacebar going, can you?
Sometimes.
I kind of like how the jump was before, honestly.
Yeah, I saw the calculation for it. I was like, holy crap.
Here's the throttle, there's the anchor, don't die. You had an anchor on it? Wow. Fancy. It's probably a small anchor, I guess, yeah. I don't think I've ever really paid attention to whether a jet ski has an anchor or not. But I've never had to anchor a jet ski either, so...
Gosh.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that this at least works. Oh, those are the instructions for the boat. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Oh, that's right. There was a pontoon, wasn't there? A punton.
They'll continue with that.
Vagina. Oh, wait, hold on. If hit is not equal to null, return. Ah. Why didn't you tell me I was stupid?
Because I have no right to tell you that, since I am.
We're programmers. We're all stupid. Being stupid in my own programming? There we go. Yeah. I think every programmer daily just has those oh god damn it moments.
Maybe I have them too often.
All right. Why are you like this, enemy? Not you, Michael. If hit is equal to null, return. We get down to a log. After that, And it throws an object null error.
Okay. I don't know why it's not able to attach.
Why?
I've had some issues with Unity. I mean, it's not really meant to be ran on Linux, but
I'm gonna do a quick test of something. I want to disable the collider on the camera and make sure that the enemy actually works without that, just to ensure there's no other problems happening behind the scenes that I don't know of.
still works perfectly fine.
What?
It's just, I have issues with Unity on Linux.
Oh, yeah, I imagine. It's built for Windows, isn't it?
It was built for Mac originally, which was a Unix operating system.
Gross.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Good. He does still run up and attack if I get rid of the camera's box collider.
Trying to hear your Ozzy Osbourne impression.
Sharon. I'm operating on 5 layers of stupid.
I'm operating on 4 hours of sleep.
Sounds like a good idea.
If you're crazy, yes. I tried to take some like sleepy time tea, because that should have helped. But when I have a cat that meows
What?
constantly,
You have a cat that meows? Let's see what I get from layer mask not working.
that's probably not think I want to go back.
To filter out any colliders you aren't interested in generating collisions with. Ah. So I'm filtering out. Okay, so it is a layer that I want to mask out. Not a layer that I want it to hit. I think it was 6.
Okay, well, I don't care.
Well, I need it to be 3 for right now.
Nope. These fucking exceptions are annoying.
Oh, the animation ones?
The particles, the references to
Yeah.
tag.
We can fix those eventually. They're superfluous ones right now.
The thing is, like, that sort of stuff can add up in time and make it take you longer
Oh, good.
to do things.
Those errors?
Yeah, if you're trying to debug, you're gonna hit them.
Yeah. Still having a very fun issue here of just hitting something and returning not null. Oh wait, it's probably the rigid body. It's probably hitting something and still hitting the rigid body from it. Why oh why oh why? Okay, so yeah, the problem isn't that it's... What else could it be hitting?
Like expression for null.
It hitting nothing should result in the hit being null. It has to be hitting the wall. But the errors, I think, went up until it saw the player.
Okay, there's another fucking... Jesus Christ, man.
I could layer out the tile map, I guess. I could put it on its own layer. Currently it's tagged.
Okay, I'm really trying to debug this. I can't do it.
Will this break everything?
Keep hitting settings.
No.
A6 wipe.
It only accepts one of these, I guess.
No, facing direction. Wait, why would facing direction be 0? That's facing.
I can only layer mask one layer?
No, you have to do binary addition in order
Oh.
to have multiple layers.
Okay, well, what's the binary code for one of the layers? Or is it just like the binary number for 3?
It's like the states. It works a lot like the states. You know how they're like indexed, basically?
Nope.
Like the enum?
Nope. Oh wait, we're talking about player controller
The state
states.
flag.
Sorry, I was thinking about the state machine.
Yeah.
But the animations.
No, like the state flags.
Okay. So I have to get one... Wait.
Working? Gotta be.
Fucking fuck off.
Oh, I haven't landed. Why am I not even dropping? God, that's annoying. What does that have to do with anything? Why would it even go in here?
But that's true, I could do that.
Press nothing. Nothing happens. Like I thought. So then why would it let
Oh wait, I am using that.
What? Why wouldn't it let me move then? It doesn't make any sense. Why would this stop me from moving?
Welcome to my world.
That doesn't make any sense to me. I can't believe it's taking me this long to figure out how to do this.
Wonder bar. Alright. Done some binary stuff. Thankfully, they have functions and names for all of these things that I can just use.
Okay.
I spoke too soon. Either I or Unity is stupid still. And I'm willing to bet that it is me.
Oh, does that keep you from moving? It certainly does.
Okay, I'm masking out. Wait, hold on. Is it inverted now? Ooh, error. You can't press the letter M. How dare you? Let me see if this is inverted for whatever reason. For whatever reason. It's like I get the layer and assign it to it, and because I'm sending it through this int when it tries to cast it as an int or whatever it's doing internally, it grabs everything but the one that I've assigned it to. Maybe. Okay, no. Good to know. Didn't I open up layer mask at one point? Where'd that go? Oh, there it is.
My facing direction should have already. Maybe because of the velocity.
Each layer is shown with a string setting. Physics ray casts send rays into the world. Camera main can be rotated around the y-axis. Ebeb. Ebeb, 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 ebeb. Ebeb. Check for a wall. Get layer mask wall. Okay, so it is, I do specify the one that I want to hit whenever I define this layer mask. Got it, okay. So why didn't the default one work? Because I'm looking for the default layer. Bum 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 bum. You can just check if hit, even though it returns a raycast hit 2D. I guess it returns the Boolean outside of or inside of raycast hit 2D. This isn't a physics 2D raycast either. It might function differently. In this example, not inside the code. Here. Bless you, my child.
What'd you say?
Said bless you, my child.
Why did you say it like that?
Because it didn't make any sense in the context. Multifaceted awkwardness. I'm operating on 7 layers of irony. Suck. Many fictional anuses. Anus eye. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. It's probably the most frustrating part about this.
That's me all the time, Josh.
'Cause I'm doing exactly what it tells me to do, and it's not giving me the results that I was expecting. I've defined the layer mask to only affect the default layer. I apply that mask to the physics raycast, and then every single frame that the fix update loop runs, I get an error saying that it can't figure out where the rigid body it is. I could technically just add a condition to check for the rigid body existing, but I would rather have it prevent finding anything that it's not supposed to in the first place. Should only ever run into things that are on the layer for the player, or anything else that it should have to check. But for an attack, I guess attack on certain enemies could also be other enemies. Like the Throtato. You know what? They check for this. I know it's just an example that they're doing this on, but they get this value every single frame. So I'm gonna do that too. A terrible idea, really, but I'm out of options. I despise this plan. Wouldn't the player need to be on the same layer as the default? The player is on the default layer at the moment. We don't know whether player is going to be moved to the player layer or if the player layer is going to just be for things that are on the player, I think, right now.
Action can perform action.
Where's Unity?
See where it gets stuck.
Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, okay, still nothing. The player, here's the player. They're tagged as player, but they're on the default layer. And he can see the player now. Oh, Jesus fuck, what the hell? Then as soon as he... Never mind, he can forever see the player. I've severely broken something within the code. I should print what the layer masks are to be sure. I could try that, I guess. I feel like it's just gonna vomit out binary. Oh. Hold on, we have another small issue. I have somehow removed the camera from the player.
Alright.
Wait, hang on a second. Does he start out like that? No, he doesn't start out like that. He starts out walking. Then about when he comes into the camera frame. Which is actually too far away, I think. Yes, I am getting a no reference exception. That's just for the raycast. The raycast is detecting nothing, I think, but it's trying to access a rigid body, despite the fact that I've I have a check for a null reference on the actual hit for the raycast, so it shouldn't be giving me any errors past that point, but it is. So apparently it's hitting something on the default layer, but that something, as far as I know, is nothing. Maybe I can return the name. Okay. I think I would have to get its rigid body though, wouldn't I? Transform dot name. There we go. Let's see what that does. See situations, I just print an ass load of members. Yeah. I'm going to have to toggle off my error outputs, for sure, if I want to see any of these debugs. There's the big mystery. It's hitting nothing, and then complaining that it's hit nothing and that it couldn't find anything on nothing. Why is it doing that? Hell if I know. I'm specifically telling it to not do that. So the hit's not null. Apparently, it always returns a hit, is what I'm getting from this. So I'm just gonna check for rigid body. That's the only thing that I can do. It hit the player eventually. I was talking about the errors. So as soon as here, hold on, I'll restart it. Well, it's gonna be different now that I've restarted it though, because I saved this. So I turned off the errors, so it was just showing me debug logs. And if you noticed the error count, while nothing was printing out in the debug logs, the error count was still going up. So it wasn't actually hitting anything, because I was supposed to be printing out the name of the thing that it had been hitting. Yeah. Oh wait, I forgot to turn these off. Yeah, so here we go. So this number is going up, but we have no actual printouts for names of things that are being hit. So he's basically just not doing anything right now. And now we've hit something. Now we've hit the player, because he's moved from the walking position into the running position, or the states. He's changed states. I think this is still a little far for what I have it set as, so I'm not sure what's happening right there. Maybe he's detecting the camera or something. But he shouldn't be doing that with the... God damn it. No, the issue was not once he saw the player. The issue was that everything else that he looks at, which is nothing, was triggering the hit. It was still saying, oh, we've generated a hit from this nothing that we've hit, basically. I think I'm going to... We'll leave this in for right now. I want to... So I guess I just have to check for a rigid body. I thought the correct option would be to just not hit anything. But apparently that's going to be too much for our game engine here to handle. It's possible that there is a setting somewhere that I could be adjusting to prevent this. There we go. Looks like the Unity documentation is wrong. Potentially. What year are you looking at? What version? Oh, you know what? I'm actually looking at the wrong version too. This version of Unity is unsupported. What? What? How am I using them? I see the DM. 2D raycast gives me a no reference exception. Whoa. As an implicit operator to convert to a bool. Because it is a structure, it cannot be null. But if it's invalid, i.e. there's no it contains no hit information, then the collider property will be null. Yeah, that's what I figured was happening. So it's always returning a hit for some reason. The documentation compares against null as well. Oh, I see. It would be pretty charming to have it in the documentation. Smiley face.
Charming?
What a strange passive-aggressive way of stating that.
Oh. I see.
I immediately scrolled past it. It was this one. I went back down to it. I click it again.
I have to remove the long dash. So when you do a slide,
Oh, I see.
dodging is not part
Yeah,
of
so
it.
it's basically the same thing. You have to just check to make sure the thing that you're actually looking for is null rather than the hit itself. The hit. Okay, well now that I know this works, let me pop that out of there because I don't want to regenerate layer masks every frame. Fucking god damn it, XML. Ay, ay, ay.
Not ledging, not ledge grab, not ledge climb.
Oh, my... I think I'm still in debug mode over here, maybe. Or is that just a timer? Oh no, that's just a timer, I guess.
Not long dash.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Do I have to get the layer mask every frame? I guess I have to regenerate the layer mask every frame. Strange, isn't it? Well, I guess we'll do that. Why? Hold on. Mask that is not recalculated every frame. This seems more like a visual mask rather than a layer mask for a physics raycast. Do not use everything or default as the layer mask. Oh. Why not? This is from 2018 though, so they might have fixed whatever this problem is. I'm confused about how people avoid this warning. Oh, it's a warning that gets printed out for this person. Do not use everything or default as a layer mask, as it will slow down the volume blending process. Wait, this is a post-processing layer. This still isn't the layer mask that I'm working with. I also specifically put in 2023. Okay, it's giving me animation layers now. All right, I'm done with that. We're just gonna do this. And then we're gonna test it. Let me out! I can't jump! The hell? Oh, he's stuck now. So he didn't revert back for some reason. Why not? I assume the layer masks, or the, I guess he's still detecting the player. He's detected the player once, and now he's forever having detected the player. So he's just running around like he's still doing that. I never really turned this sprite around. I never really turned that sprite around because he always goes back to wander if he breaks line of sight with the character, with the players. So he would never be running while he was wandering. Turn the sprite around. That's not the issue. The issue is that he's not exiting the state for having seen the player. Sing the song. Turn around. Oh, turn the sprite around. Ah, I get it. This game loves oppression, though. Is that also part of the song? Which bits are song bits and which bits are comments? Okay. I actually don't know that much. The only part I know about the song is turn the beat around, really. So... I think that's probably... I think I've heard the song in full, I'm fairly certain, but... I think it's... never really registered. Okay, so why isn't it exiting? Ba-doop. 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 Boop. Ba-doop. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Why do I have to include a distance with my layer mask? Why can't I just have the layer mask? What if I make this 3? Because it seems like this is a lot larger than it should have been. Actually, I'm gonna make it 1.
A lot of hard-coded values. Magic numbers are great.
It's not bad. I don't think it's that, I guess. I've never been tested, so I don't know. But it's just more that I've never really internalized any other part of the song.
Well, I have a dash. I just need an animation for it.
Bap, 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 bap. Bap, 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 bap. I've also apparently broken the camera following the player somehow.
I mean, there's a lot of things you're doing that I could think would...
Ow! Yeah, no, I figured. I think the reason that I didn't know which was which is because I don't remember that being a part of the song. I couldn't think of a line that would rhyme with that part of the song. Okay, so apparently distance does matter. They lied. Size does matter. Physics 2D raycast. Where's my cursor? There's my cursor. Okay.
Hmm. Okay.
Sorry about that. The maximum distance over which to cast the ray. Maybe I need to make it 4? 5? Hold on, do I even need this then? If I have the hit distance? I don't think I even need that check. Oh, the return! I'm returning, so it never resets the hit. I'm going to have to do something else. Or I'll probably have to include a reset somewhere in else, maybe. An else if. Swing! 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 It's the sound of me blocking. Hit me. Yeah, so he's never exiting his state because he's just returning out of the fixed update loop. So he's always, this is always true, and this is always true. Welcome. Sorry, excuse me.
I guess he uses crouching to do that.
Ay, ay, ay. That's the whole reason that I, like, made these Boolean checks down here. Was like, didn't have to do shit like this. They would just automatically reset themselves. But now that I have to make a check for this... Because I can't... This won't be anything. God, that sucks.
The thing is, they're like, the thing that really confuses me sometimes is that there are inconsistent uses of the state flags. Like, there are circumstances where I would have expected state flags to be used, but they aren't. And places where they are used that I'm not sure why they are.
Hmm.
That's why I you know, for prototyping, I try to stay away from state machines entirely. Because it overcomplicates things.
Yes. Oh, he's applied the... Oh, okay. I see what he's kind of been doing. This isn't how I was thinking of the super jump working. This is why I like to plan these things out.
I did super jump.
You did super jump?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, why does it have like a modifiable height then?
That's a force, not a modifiable height.
I can, if I hold the spacebar down, I go higher, but if I just like tap it, I can do a short super jump.
That isn't how I set it up. I just noticed that that is the case.
This I think might be a result of Vincent's jumping that he was putting in.
Yeah, because it looks like he has like max jump frames. Yeah.
'Cause I was expecting this to just be like, kind of like how in Metroid Fusion, whenever you're speed boosted and you jump, you just like shoot straight up and you just keep going until you hit something, basically.
Oh.
That's kind of what I was thinking for a super jump.
Oh, you're saying, yeah. Yeah, this what the super jump does That's what it was doing when I first put it in, was that it always applied that force, and then like obviously if you hit something it would stop you, but then gravity will degrade you over time. Of course, it's just like any other kind of jump. It's just a jump with more force. That's it. Is that what you were thinking?
No, I was kind of thinking like a constant, but we never really, I guess, discussed what it was going to be like. So it seems like all three of us had different interpretations of what a super jump
Wait,
is.
what do you mean? What do you think? What do you mean by a constant? Because a force is a constant.
You said, but without the degradation of gravity, that kind of a constant.
Well, yeah, it degrades the velocity.
Yeah.
But the thing, what I'm saying,
No,
my implementation would have
constant
done
velocity
was
is what I mean.
it would apply an impulse. We'll put it that way. It applies the impulse. It doesn't. It's okay. Yeah. So there is an acceleration. There's no acceleration. It's just an impulse. So what you described is it should be what. It should be that, because
Shine, spark, jump.
that is that is what most jumps are. They're impulses. There's no acceleration. Although usually impulses ignore mass. In this case, we're not ignoring mass. But
Oh, this dude's doing like shine, spark,
actually no, impulses do not
cancellations.
ignore mass. Never mind. The point is that it was applying the force in an impulse, and it was not based on how long you held down the spacebar. You'd press S, or you press and hold S, and then press spacebar, and you would jump by the same amount every time until you hit a wall. Then of course,
Yeah, that sounds more like what I was thinking. I'm trying to find a video of it happening, but
I mean I mean, the way it worked in Super Metroid, it was just probably a really large impulse when that happened, what you were describing at least.
okay. Well, here's a shine spark, I guess, which is it is the super jump, but it's not exactly. It's horizontal rather than vertical. Wait, how do I share this with the timestamp? There we go. I muted it on my end. I don't know if it's going to be muted for you. It should be like 2 seconds worth of footage is all you need.
I saw the speed, or the like jump, the slide forward, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. That's called a shine spark. That's in Metroid Fusion. That's essentially the super jump. You can do a shine spark up too. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So it's that he did horizontally but vertical.
So it would just continue to go without stopping until it hits something.
Until
no
it
matter
hits
what.
something. Basically, yeah. That's
Oh.
what I was originally thinking.
That is not described at all by a super jump, Josh.
It sounds very super. That's also what I was trying to get across, I guess, when I was saying like you charge it up. I don't know why I can't find a vertical shine spark. Maybe it's not called that. I mean, it sounds like a super jump to me. You jump really, really, really high. But like I said, we never really clarified what any of these things were. We just said, here's the things that we want. We'll figure them out later. This is kind of why I wanted us to have design discussions partway through the day.
Clearly, that didn't matter. Or it was not extensive enough, and at some point that, like, it's never going to be extensive enough. That's the point.
No, that's what I, like, throughout the day. Like, I know we had design discussions at the beginning.
Oh.
But we should always be discussing the design.
Yeah. I mean, it needs to be iterative in general. Like,
Oops. I keep trying to bring up OBS, but I always put Visual Studio over Unity instead.
well, I mean, maybe make a note on the card to change the super jump. Actually, I could probably just.
Hold on.
This needs to be an impulse. That
Hang on. First,
can
let's...
use until you get something. I mean, do you really want that though? I don't know.
I mean, it's like the second to last ability you get in the game. I figured we'd make it a cooler one.
Okay.
Shine
Yeah.
Spark, I think, is also something that you kind of get later in the in at least in Fusion. I don't know where it's like in Zero Mission. I don't remember if it's in Dread or not.
Play through that.
Because mainly, one, I think it would feel very cool. Two, unless we actually have like a consolidated description of how we kind of want these things to work, we're not gonna know how to make the levels. Nor are we gonna know how to make enemies respond to these things.
Well, that's the thing is like we would want to have a good idea of the powers, of course.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it seems like most of our...
Because you would make level designs based off that.
Yeah, it seems like most of our abilities are movement-based at the moment, which means basically the only thing that we're upgrading the player for is traversal, and fights are going to be pretty one-dimensional. Because you're just going to do whatever your basic attack is. So we're going to have to figure out some way to make the bosses sort of work around these abilities. Or we're going to have to provide additional upgrades in order to change how combat works. Because I know in Metroid you get both. You get combat and movement ability upgrades. I'm thinking at the very least we can give the players a ranged weapon at some point. Or like... Because currently we're only thinking melee. There's a ton of stuff that we haven't figured out about this.
It feels like there's a ton of stuff that we would have to implement.
If we want it... It does feel like there's a ton of stuff to implement, yeah. It is a Metroidvania. There's a lot of things in them.
it kind of feels like we're making it according to what we expect a Metroidvania to have, and therefore creating a lot.
I'm just kind of going based off of if I were to play this game, how would I feel about it?
Yeah.
And I mean, this is a Metroidvania game jam, so I am kind of also going off the description of a Metroidvania. I guess in Castlevania, to flip the bill, you only have one standard weapon most of the time, but you also get like holdable item upgrades that you can
the thing
use.
is, the thing is, I understand what you're saying, but there's a
I know we're not
part of the
making
problem
like a
with
full...
us making decisions about things too early and implementing those things is that we assume that those things are fun.
I take that as you don't think that it would be fun.
What would?
The extra weapons or the extra combat upgrades or whatever, as opposed to what we're doing right now.
Well, I guess, like, what are they serving a purpose other than to just have more?
If you were to play this game, and given the upgrades that we have now, can you think, I guess from a design standpoint, can you think of ways that we could make bosses that would utilize the player's movement abilities to their fullest?
Oh, but that's the thing is I think that you need... We should be starting by, like, what do we want the character to have? Like, what do you actually want them to be able to do?
Yeah. I can
And
understand
why
that.
do you want them to be able to do it? Like, what does it make sense to, like, is it... We need to decide on, like, what is fun. Like, thinking about bosses and everything right now is not...
I'm thinking of everything.
But that's the problem. We can't. You can't think of everything. You're gonna get... That's what happens when... That's how scope creep happens. We have to be a little more condensed. And I feel like that's... We have a lot of things already in here because of the way that the player controller is set up that we may or may not want.
That's part of what I didn't think about sliding or anything like that whenever we were originally planning any of this. But it was in here.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, a lot of the extra things actually would make our job harder, not easier. And that's the thing is, like, I feel like it'd be much better if we had started with less. Less is more. And that's the thing is, like, that saying is not false. In game design in general, less is more is still...
This is also why I wanted us to have a few iterations of trying to figure out what we wanted in the game as well.
And that's the whole thing with prototyping, is it's supposed to be an exploration. The problem with adding more of something is that that's not usually a thing you do in pre-production. It's not something you do in the prototyping stage.
No, I would say not.
So the danger of, like, pre-planning everything is that if you decide to start really going with all the things you planned in the pre-production stage and prototype them all, like, you're going to have problems. Because you're trying to do them all at once, too. And you don't even know if all of those things are fun. Like, you don't know whether those things are the things you want.
Okay.
Like, we don't... So you end up making all these things, and then when you try to use them together, it's not really fun to play the game. When it could have been done more iteratively, where, like, you implement those things, see, and like design the game according to like the very basic functionality, the very basic things that you wanted, that you wanted in the prototype, and then build the game off of that. But I understand what you're saying about the bosses. I just think that if that was the case, that what we should do is like you try to have one of everything. So you try to make a boss. We make one boss that is based off of what we have, so that you basically iterate on that to see if it's fun. You know, that's why a lot of developers say follow the fun, because pre-planning everything is a fool's errand.
Maybe that's just something that I can kind of do a little bit easier. I'm not sure.
But the thing is, do you have a precedent to think that way?
Probably.
Do you have evidence to say that that's the case?
Oh, and physical evidence, probably not, I guess, but...
So how do you know?
It usually... Okay, hold on. Let me pull back for a second. So you're saying... hold on. I've got a couple thoughts
You can only plan
that
so
I've been
much,
rattling around.
is what I'm trying to say. Like, you can only see so far in front of you.
I understand that. So, okay, I'm kind of working backwards when I decided, when I was approaching this, because the way that I saw it, with the upgrades that we're thinking about, this is how the player would play at the end of the game. This is how we want them, this is what we want the final moment of the game to be like. And then the approach would be, okay, well, how do we get there?
Okay.
So if we have all of these abilities, and we can't really think of any ways that would be interesting or fun when you have only part of those abilities to use them, then we could start knocking things off. Until we've whittled it down to a few abilities and upgrades that we then say, okay, we have a decent amount of events and situations that we can put the player in, and we have a decent amount of ways that we can test the player's use of these abilities, that we feel like this feels like fun, and then we can implement them more in full. We can fine-tune them, put a rough version of them in just to see how they kind of work, and then fine-tune them later.
Yeah, so if we were going to do that, we probably would want to prototype them in a way that would be isolated, or make it the current issue, I think, right now with what we have is that a lot of this, it is, the way it's set up is very rigid to change, and it makes it very difficult to prototype things, because it's not done in like a component based way. It's done very logical programming sort of way, and that's fine to an extent, but it tends to be a little
part. You mean like the player controller?
Yeah.
I think we went with the player controller because that was something that Vinny had already pre-made, and it was mostly implemented, but I feel like it might be... I feel like you're correct in that it has a bunch of stuff in it, and it hadn't really been fully baked, I don't think. So it might be... It's probably slowing us. I haven't actually touched the player controller myself a bunch, so I don't know a ton about it. I've looked at it, and I do see a couple things that I'm like, okay, maybe we should like pull this out, or like make this a function, and then we can clean up this whole section here at the very least.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know how to say like we probably. I think Vincent is a really good programmer, and that's when it comes to the implementation. It looks, it's definitely beyond what I would think.
Yeah,
But
he's done some really good things in it. It just needs, I think it needs a little bit of cleaning up. But
I feel like it is as literal of programming as it possibly could be. Like it is literally hand to page programming. Logical programming.
I think he was also working out of a tutorial for it, so it might have been the tutorial that was working like that, sorta.
I mean, there are some things I've seen I see that he's written that I'm almost certain that a large portion of it was written like that by him. So, I mean, maybe the tutorial was like that. If the tutorial was really like that, then wow.
Oh boy, that's a big browser source.
What's up with this?
Oh my god!
What?
You're gigantic.
I'm gigantic?
Oh yeah, I put a reactive image on my stream for you, so people can tell when you were talking.
Really?
Yeah.
Why would you ever do that?
Why would I do that? Because
They shouldn't know that I'm here. I should be completely silent. And ninja.
So, do we want to spend some time either getting a whittled down version of the player controller? Because I was expecting the player controller to just have left-right jump, basically.
Yeah, especially at the prototyping stage. And then you add things as you need them, not. I mean, if it was set up in a way, if you had like a prototype player controller where everything is not monolithic, or you just have like you have your player, but that player class basically is just it just handles the player specific functionality, and then it delegates to components to do specific behaviors and things like that. You can just like build things without even having to like do this. Basically, I don't know. It makes it so much simpler. It's so much easier to prototype when it's like that, because it's just, not only is it easier to prototype, but that code could probably be used. I mean, you may have to clean it up, but like some of the component code could probably be used beyond the prototype. Maybe not. I mean, if then you just rewrite it or whatever, but it just, I don't know. I think there's value in taking the time to actually make something that is, well, maybe not like, it doesn't have to be crazy, but
I think to a degree.
There's value in taking the time to like have something as a component. So like put the movement behavior into a component, or put input behavior into a component. part of the problem too is that like I think the idea of having controllers is just outdated.
Like the big player controller script, I assume.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can see that.
it's just
Having,
outdated.
I understand
It-
where you're coming from with like having a movement component that you can attach, or that you can have the play. You would still technically have a player controller, I guess, but you would have it implement the movement component basically.
Well, the thing is like the concept of the player controller is it's supposed to be it's the thing actually controlling the player, but the thing about these components is that like it is the player if you just have a player class, that player class is just like any other class in the game. It is a concrete implementation of functionality specific to the player. And anything that is not a concrete implementation gets put into a component. It's more generic.
Yes. Yeah.
It's more, you have general functionality that gets moved into a component that can then be used for a player, it can be used for an enemy, it can be used for a thing in the environment. It could be like, maybe, I mean, it might be, like in my case with my game in Godot, that movement component probably couldn't really currently be used for like a thing in the environment, but it can be used for anything that inherits a character body 2D. So it can move anything that uses character body 2D, and it isn't dependent on input. So as long as it is told what to move or how to move and what to move, it will move it. So I don't know.
So we've got a fundamental snafu here, basically. Because I do see that if we're going forward like we are at the moment, I think that I can work it so that the enemy scripts, at the very least, can be copied. Or can be, like, iterated upon. Which I feel like would be our biggest hurdle, because it's not like we're introducing multiple players. But there might be some
I mean,
problems.
the thing is, like, wait, what did
specific functionality.
How are you doing the enemy? How are you setting up the enemy?
I've made an enemy controller. It's currently based off of action. Or actor, sorry.
Yeah.
Pretty much the only thing I'm setting the enemy up to do is it shoots out a raycast to see the player within a certain distance, and if it sees the player, then it moves towards them a little faster. And if you break line of sight, then it kind of forgets you're there, basically. This is like the most basic enemy you could ever come across right now.
See, yours is starting simply, which is fine.
Yeah.
And like remember how like I've said that you like the idea of like semantic compression, even though that's just a fancy term. But the idea
Break
is
it down
that
for me like I'm a caveman.
what?
Said break it down for me like I'm a caveman.
Why'd you say that?
Semantic compression?
Oh, basically the idea of when you don't try to like break things up into functions or an entirely separate class like a component or something. until you see the need. Like essentially, when you're looking
I
at it
see.
and you see that this
Sorta
is
like-
going to be reused.
Sort of like not really making a variable public unless you have to.
Actually, I would almost say the opposite. I would say not make it private unless you have to.
Oh, I always make my variables private.
But I do too. Like a variable is maybe a less of a concern than something like a, maybe not concern. It's less of the point in this case. We're talking about like there's the dry, do not repeat yourself.
Yep.
So like everybody will try to consolidate functionality into functions way before they need to. Like I'm gonna, I don't want to have to copy paste this multiple times. Like, okay, well, I mean, it's fine to do that sometimes, but if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna be doing this functionality so many goddamn times, I would like to be able to do it multiple times and pass the dependencies in and all that. That's when a function is useful. Or when that functionality needs to be a little bit more than just a single function, then you would want it to be a class. So like, if you want to handle movement is a larger thing than just one function, most likely.
Most likely. Especially if you're using forces, I have learned.
Yeah, I mean, it's more or less the idea that in the case of not only does making it into a component it consolidates it or encapsulates it into a class, it also makes it so it's a component. It can be reused in a way inside of our engine that doesn't require you to actually make a reference. If you do it the way that I've thought of doing it, which is a lot of times what you'll see is you'll have the parent class or the class that you'll actually implement a component in the case of C#, where it is a reference to an instance of the component. But in the case of Unity, you have the advantage of literally adding a component to the game object. So why not just have it so that the player class, whatever you want to call it, is referenced by the component? Or at least maybe its base type is. So if you have actor, for instance, you can have a movement component that looks for a player, or it looks for an actor class. It looks for an actor component.
Instead of inheriting from it.
Yeah. Or it's, well, I'm saying in replacement of having to, or to replace the idea of having a reference in the player, the component references the actor or gets an actor component that's on the, let's say, on the same game object. And the advantage of doing that is so the only time, like, it's not like the player would be holding on to a reference of that component, and because of that, the player's not dependent on that component, because the functionality is being handled by that component. And if you literally just add the component, now it has movement functionality. If you remove that component, the functionality is gone, but nothing breaks. It doesn't, there's no dependency.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very useful for that, especially like if you think in terms of the way that Godot has its nodes, it's much easier to kind of see that too, because you can have a child node and it will look at the parent or the root node in that scene, and then if it'll check to see if that type is, if the type it expects is that type, then it is able to get the reference to it and do whatever it has to do, and that's it. But if that node is not a child of the player, then the player's just missing that functionality. That's it. There's no, the player's not dependent on it or anything like that. It's not gonna cause an exception. That's it. And then that allows you to just kind of like add functionality by literally just attaching things.
Mm-hmm.
Like Legos. Kind of.
Yeah. You don't have to sell me on a component-based thing, just so you're aware, by the
No,
way.
it's not like I'm trying to sell you on it. I'm trying to tell you that like that's what I mean when I say component based.
Yeah, yeah. So now we have a decision to make. I guess.
And
Do
that's
we
the
want
thing, like, would it take us more time to continue with this, or would it take us more time to change it?
We've also got to see if how Vincent feels about it too.
I mean, I've kind
'Cause
of
I know
mentioned, but
I know you mentioned you were refactoring it to him, at the very least.
yeah, I wanted to try to, and I. I I can see where like if you don't have a state machine, it can get a little with what is there, at least like with all the different things that it can do. If you tried to actually do it without the state machine, it could get difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
Um, but I think
The state machine that we have right now, the only thing that the state machine well, I mean, I guess the player is also based off of a state machine, but I'm mostly seeing as a visual representation of a state machine. I'm seeing the animations, and that's basically it.
I mean, technically it's not a state machine, but because of the fact that a state machine usually isn't multiple states at once. Like you can't have you usually don't have in a traditional state machine. There's a current state, and whatever it's only in one state at one time. It can't be in multiple. So it's not really a state machine. It's more like the way that it's set up is it's more like an advanced Boolean.
It's a system of some sort, that's for sure, which I think is probably why it's just a controller at the moment.
Not really Boolean. It's more like it's a bunch of it's a bunch of Booleans. It's like a series of Booleans.
I think
it's literally it's a binary string.
It's effectors. Oh my, I'm dropping frames. Wow. My internet is beginning to die.
Oh no.
You can still hear me, I think, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. It's settled. We can either choose to work with what we've got, or we can take the time to refactor it. How long? I think you've spent the most time looking at the player class in an attempt to determine refactoring it. What do you think it would take to refactor it at the moment? into something more component based?
I'm not.
Because I feel like that's at least a week's worth of work on its own.
Maybe.
And we don't particularly, besides basic movement, we haven't really got a concrete description on what our abilities are going to be like. So we don't really know how they're going to affect the player controller while not having it in a component-based state. Nor would we know how it would affect the player controller if it were in a component-based. It would probably be more flexible if it were component-based. I imagine that.
Yeah.
But
I mean, because currently, if we tried implementing more, I
it's
think
gonna
the only
grow.
person that's probably going to be able to make it functional is Vincent.
Mayhaps.
Because I am barely able to
We
do that.
can also, over time, while attempting to implement things, kind of take little bits and pieces out and then refactor them as we're moving forward, so it's not an all at once project. That way we're at
I mean, that
least
was what
still
I
making
was.
progress.
That's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to do when I was looking at doing the refactor.
Mm.
Was I was trying to do just like movement. I was trying to focus on just like just putting movement into a component. Um, not like wholly refactoring everything, but just slowly taking parts out, things that I can identify as things that can be put into a component.
I think it might be a bit of a snowball effect with how tangled things are in there though. Where as soon as you take something out,
It's
then
gonna
something
break out.
breaks. So then you're like, okay, well now I have to take this piece out and make it a component too. Oh, that broke this. Now I have to take that part out and make it a component too.
I mean, I was
So
trying to
eventually you're
make
just
a
gonna do it anyway.
I mean, that was why I was also looking at the input because I was like, I'm trying to make it event based, but he was saying that that the problem is it's sequential, meaning that it can't be asymmetric or asynchronous. I mean, um,
I remember him mentioning something about asynchronous, but I didn't. I was trying to solve my own problems at the time.
yeah, because it's the way that it's set up is you have a bunch of if else ifs because if you have it has to be able to run those sequentially because of it being dependent on all these different state flags and conditions and it's just it's that's part of the reason why it's so hard to change because it's so rigid in that way. I mean, like if if we wanted to change things, it's set up in a way that is going to make it very difficult to add something because you know where do I add it? Like where do I add like do you have a bunch of LSIPs and it's like well okay that's going to affect the other LSIPs
Yeah,
and
it's going to. I
okay,
most of the movement abilities that we have, I think, are going into a big condition tree, basically inside of the player,
yeah
which is technically doable. It won't look pretty, and it'll probably be a little bit of a pain to work with. But I guess the question is, can we can we get it done with it like that? And then think about refactoring it when we have time. I know refactoring early is generally the better practice, but we also have a month. Actually, we have like 3 weeks now, I guess.
Yeah, and the question is, but the question is like that is it going to cost more time to continue with it as is? Because if I'm
So I don't
confused
know.
and you're confused,
Well,
then
I've looked at it and I've said maybe we could work with this. I haven't really like delved super deep into it. Um, but I have looked at it and been like that looks a little spaghetti in places.
I think in order to really,
Where was the thing that I added? Oh, this.
I guess, make the decision is like it can't just be me.
No. No, it can't just be you. It needs to be at the very least majority, preferably all of us. I know Vincent's not here right now. I don't know if Vincent's actually getting on today. Usually I think he'd be on by now, but he might still be packing.
Did he say Wednesday?
Say what?
Well, he said, "I'm sorry, I'll see you all Wednesday on the 21st."
He was here on Wednesday.
The
He
21st was
was Wednesday. Yeah, he did say I'll see you on Wednesday, and I said okay, well that's today, but he did show up on Wednesday, yes. But I
I
didn't
think
see him
he might have
yesterday. I don't
meant
think.
that he wasn't gonna be.
Oh, like next Wednesday?
Yeah,
Oh, maybe. As far as I know, he was supposed to be. I think he's out next week, right? It was supposed to be the first half of this next week that he was out for the actual move. I think he underestimated how much he had to pack. Probably.
I, the thing is, like, I'm just,
But he's been gone a week if that's the case. Pretty much.
I, I don't, I think we're creating a lot of. I don't know. I knew it would be kind. I was a little hesitant to start this originally because, as much as I like the idea of having a longer term game jam. I know that it also comes with its own issues.
Like time.
The problem is when you have a longer period of time, it has the issue of making it so you fill that time. It has a tendency,
Yeah.
things tend to have a tendency, or things tend to
You're back on the
fill
scope
the
creep now
time you
then?
allot.
Or
Huh?
I said, are you talking about scope creep kind of fill the time, or are you talking about fill the time with like personal stuff or whatever?
No, just things tend to fill thing like in general. It's not just about scope creep. It's when you have that much time, you tend to let it other things can get it's more likely that something else get in the way. Like obviously in this situation, I was sick. I wasn't feeling well.
Mm-hmm.
That got in the way. Um and that could easily happen even with a shorter term game jam, but it's less likely to happen within that time period.
Yeah.
So like I said, it has its own issues to have a longer period of time. Um
I mean, we already knew that we were going to have some days missed by certain people at the very least. We at least had planned days that we knew people weren't going to be here. I know that there were going to be unplanned days as well. So I figured we roughly have probably like 3 weeks to get this to work on this actually in total time
Yeah.
if we were going to put our all into it. But I also feel like it was sort of an enticing offer at the start, and motivation has kind of been going down since we started too.
Yeah.
Uh, and I mean, maybe it's because I'm not sure if there have been headbutts happening, but it kind of feels like there have been, but we don't want to talk about them.
I don't know if like I don't know if Vincent has seen it that way. I just I'm having trouble. Not like it wasn't like a dig at him or anything like that. It's more of like I'm just having trouble working with it, and I've always kind of had trouble working with other people's code unless that code was written in a very it was written similarly to the way I might go about it. I mean, or
I've definitely seen some messy code before.
I mean, like, there's also the opposite. There's like over-engineered code where it's just like it's
uh,
Rob.
Rob.
I was able to follow it.
It
I
kind
think
of makes
some
sense
people,
why it was though. Anyway, let's not harp on
there
that
are,
part.
yeah, there's some things that were way over-engineered in his case, but there were some other things where like the smaller things that he worked on, um, were just like the tools or whatever that he had. They were
Mm.
really good. It was really well written. It was easy to understand, even without comments.
I do think there is a benefit to being able to process code that isn't written well, because I will 9 times out of 10 the programmers you're working with aren't going to write extremely well written code.
The
It's
thing is,
gonna have good patches probably.
uh, that in small bits, sure. I understand that because I've obviously seen it, but if you want to actually you want to be able to work with other people, I feel like the onus shouldn't be on the onus shouldn't be on everybody else. Everybody should be responsible for making sure their code is readable.
Yeah. We probably should have started this out with looking at the player controller, most likely, instead of getting straight into implementation.
Well, the thing is, like we started with planning.
Well, we did start with planning, yeah. But that's kind of mutually exclusive to actually looking at the code design
Yeah.
of the player controller itself. We knew we were going to have a player controller regardless of what the design was. We were going to have something that was attached to the player, and we knew that there was one already written, at least mostly. But we didn't vet it. We just said we have it, let's go with it.
Yeah, partially my fault. I guess I could have just said I think maybe I should have just said I didn't want to dismiss it immediately. That's the thing. I don't know.
I wasn't even thinking about it at the time.
I think maybe what I should have said was like let's not use an existing player controller. Let's try to like write it for this game.
I would have probably still gone with just like looking at the one that we already had for the most part, because I do see the benefits in restarting it. I know sometimes that can be faster to just like make it from scratch. I guess, Maybe I would have gone with making a new one at the very least, because if we didn't,
I mean, in most prototypes, you'd have to, or in most game jams, you would have to. That would be a rule. You'd have to, like, almost all the code has to be made from scratch.
yes, in this game jam, it is mostly a rule, except you can use things that you would just kind of copy and paste between games, which is why we had the option to go with this. We figured we might as well give it a shot, I guess.
Yeah.
The problem was that it wasn't determined how generic it was for what we're doing. It seems like this is more built for a much more in-depth action platformer. It has all of the pieces for it. We can remove a lot of those pieces if we feel like they're getting in the way, too.
Well, see, that's the thing is like a larger game would have trouble. Like you would have trouble making a larger game. Like
Yeah.
if we're having trouble at this stage, we would have trouble with a larger game too.
Yeah.
Because the larger games are written in a way where they are easy. It is less rigid.
I think most of the time,
All games should be written to be less rigid.
yeah, most of the time there is something generic that already exists to control the initial pieces of whatever you're messing with. There are already some bits for the player. There are already some bits for the enemies. You don't really have to worry about making those. You just grab them, tweak them a little bit, and toss them in. Or tweak them a lot and toss them in. Who knows? And then you may have a new base.
I mean, you probably have more ability to kind of like, I don't know, to talk to Vincent about that. I would feel, I don't know. Obviously I would want to be there for it, but I don't know. I don't want him to feel bad because we wouldn't use it
Hmm.
if we wouldn't use it. And like the thing is, like I've always kind of defaulted to rewriting things more than I probably should, but that's the whole reason why like making things in a component-based fashion is preferable, because rewriting could be done in a much smaller bits. If you're going to rewrite something, most likely if it's set up properly, you're only going to be rewriting a part of something. You're only
Yeah,
gonna
you'd be breaking
rewriting-
it up most likely.
Yeah. But rewriting like a monolithic game main or game main class or
Don't remind me.
something. Ugh. I mean, that if anything, that's an illustration of why you shouldn't make classes like that. Why you shouldn't have a player controller. Why you shouldn't like it shouldn't be that monolithic, because it's too many things are being done there. It's handling too much to the point where like it's going to be very difficult to modify. You know, going back to what you had said
Big update.
about like you have to, like, 90% of programmers, you have to be able to deal with code that 90% of programmers will write because it might be bad or whatever. Sure, but those people probably won't last either, because leaders, senior programmers will get kind of up in arms about that.
If
Because
they're
you're not-
good leaders, I guess.
Sure. But
Or if they know how to program, I guess.
if you're not following conventions, which, you know, I mean, obviously Grover is an example, but um, you know, it depends on the company, of course. But most like a regular game developer, I wouldn't think all of them are the same. But the idea is that most likely they're not going to want to have to trudge through that when they're looking at pull requests.
Probably.
So
I think most of the time, if they see a pull request like that, that's even, I guess, regarding that they have the wherewithal to do pull requests and review them properly. Um, if they see something like that, I'm pretty sure they'll just say, "Hey, this isn't gonna fly."
it's like
If it's something that is not following conventions, or it's not, it's written to such a degree that it's immediately apparent that no one's going to be able to work with it, I guess. Whatever that case may be.
usually it's the branching in the programming that makes it complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Branching being like conditions, any sort of conditional anything.
Yeah.
Tends
Conditions.
to make it makes everything more complicated.
You know the game that I made.
It's like, you know, it's fine if someone writes something that's like a mathematical simulate or a mathematical solution to something that looks like it just looks like a math formula, because that's just logical programming. That's not. It's not. It doesn't involve any conditions. Well, I mean, to some extent, I guess it could, but the point is like it's just a math formula. It's not something like a series of conditions where things are changing outside of that scope. You know, something else is changing what's going to happen there. But if it's like a self-contained function where it's doing an operation and that's it, it is much easier to, even if it is hard to understand, at least you're only looking at that code.
I can
You know
understand
what's
that.
going in, you know what's going out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I write perfect code or anything, God no. But it's just, I try to write things in a way that isn't going to break my brain later. To some extent. I'd like people to tell me when it looks like it might break their brain because I'd want to fix it. But
You also can get into a loop there too, of just forever trying to make things more
easier to
more efficient and understandable. It's a
sure.
bit of a double-edged sword. There's a lot more benefits than there are detriments to it. I
I
guess
mean,
if you know when to quit.
you know, it has to be a matter of good enough. Obviously, you know,
Yeah.
there's no
You have to have a definition
no.
of done for it.
Yeah, yeah. That's. I think that's part of the reason why I tend to not. Well, I tend to kind of not like planning things out too much because,
Well,
like I said before, you're either going to follow it to a T or you're going to throw it out.
yeah.
There's
I'm
usually no in between.
I do think that I base a lot of my planning off of stuff that I have played. Things that I think I would find fun as a player.
I mean,
but
that's the thing. Is
it's
like
more
I
like
wouldn't.
premeditated. Follow the
I
fun, I
wouldn't.
guess.
I would maybe. I would maybe focus, like I said before, on guidelines. Um, like you're saying, your guideline is inspiration from other games. That's fine. It's my issue is when you overplan it to the point where like it needs to have this thing, and then you're implementing that as you described in your documentation and at the prototype stage where like I, I know there's like I know the idea is that like you can't fully understand whether a feature is something that you would actually find fun unless you fully implement it, but I guess it would depend. It would depend on what it is. But you want to implement enough that it does the thing you described, but not it doesn't need to do everything, I guess. Um, and in some cases, in the process of doing that, you find something you like better, which is where follow the fun comes in. You want to make the toy first, not have all the rules right off the bat.
I guess, yeah, I can see that. I I do think that I am approaching it at like a look at the toy kind of thing because when I come up with these kinds of things, I'm sort
Mhm.
of I sort of inject a thing and then I say, can I see this potentially being fun in the finished product? And if the answer is yes, then I'm like, okay, well, we'll put that as a bullet point and we can address it once we've come up with some other ideas. That's kind of what we have right now is we have a bunch of those bullet points. And I feel like we came up with some ideas and we said we're definitely going to do these things, but I wasn't necessarily 100% invested that we needed those things. I was like, that sounds like it could be cool, but
As long as
I
we
also didn't
understand.
really fight it either though.
As long as we understand that, though, that's the. I just don't want it to become.
Yeah, no. It was more of we about like I think a third of the way through the process we just kind of said this is what we have. Like we are doing these. And I was like, okay, well, I've been outvoted here, I guess. So so we're going with it. But I probably should have given a little bit of a more of a fight against it.
Doing what thing?
All the planning.
I'm confused.
Where did you lose it?
No, I mean, like, what specifically were you saying What specifically did you mean?
By which part?
The whole planning? All the planning? Or are you talking about just the.
The full design. I definitely think that it was the the planning that I was going for was to go through a few iterations basically where we would come up with a bunch of ideas and then pick a few that we think we liked from the pile and then come up with some other ideas for a different part and then try to mesh them together and seeing say we like these pieces individually, do they work together? No. Okay, well, let's like drop a few and pull like another one in, or like maybe we see a specific problem that we want to address and then we say, okay, well, let's see how maybe we can address that. And then eventually like the big tangled spider web mesh becomes a full actual spider web, basically. Goes from a Black Widow's web to like an Orb Weaver's web.
I mean, well, I guess I had thought like the idea was to just have, we wanted something down, and then we were going to work off of what we had.
Pretty
As a
much,
guideline.
yeah. Those
And
were going to be our guidelines, correct? They weren't
Yeah.
supposed to be rigid. They weren't supposed to be these are the things we're definitely doing, but it kind of seems like we're at a point where we were deciding to put everything in. If it was on the page, it was going in the game, basically. And that's not what I intended it to be. I intended it to be these are things that we can consider putting in the game. We need to decide on ones eventually that are definitely going in the game, but we're not at that point yet.
I guess that just means we didn't really.
Although I guess I made the task. I made the task to implement the test abilities just because it seemed like everyone was set on those being good ideas, and I was like, okay, well, I'll see where this goes. But now that we're at the point where we're a little bit further into the actual implementation of things, it's starting to feel like we didn't actually have a plan for them being in here, and they're just kind of here.
That almost illustrates that it makes me think that what I said before makes even more sense now. That we planned, and then it didn't matter,
Well, it also wasn't a plan.
or it mattered too much.
It also still wasn't a plan at that point. I feel like it's more of
But we
a
treated it as such.
yes, yes. It was treated like a full cohesive plan, but it wasn't. It wasn't to that state yet. It was still just a bunch of ideas that we had brainstormed roiling around in a storm, basically.
So I guess what we should have done is sat down and said, okay, what do we want in the prototype? To be fair, that's probably all we should have done was
Yeah.
what do we want in the prototype? Which is basically
Making
what I
games
was
is hard.
saying originally. Because like look at what we did in a week. You know, in a week we did quite a bit without really planning.
That's because the planning is for after the prototype. For the most part. Most of what you're planning for isn't going to be seen in the prototype. Your prototype is going to be
But that's the thing.
some base mechanics and maybe trying to set yourself up for to add a few more things or to make things flexible enough to add things.
But I think to the extent that we planned that kind of planning should be done after the prototype. I don't know that you should really be planning that much of anything for the prototype.
Probably not.
You should have a general idea of what you're going to be working on, not
I can
like
see both
a list
ways.
of features. I
I can
mean,
see it coming
maybe,
both ways because if you have a vision that you want to like you're like dead set on trying to figure out, then the prototype that you make is probably going to be a little bit more geared towards that specific thing. And if you know that it's going to work, I don't exactly know how to tell from a planning phase, I guess, that it is going to be a 100% concrete idea because I don't have the experience for that.
I don't think anybody does. That's kind of the point.
Maybe.
Like a prototype is how you prove the idea.
Well, you probably also, if you have a vision for the game, you probably don't have a vision for every bit of that game in general.
But
It's
that's
made
why
off
you do
of
a
game
prototype.
moments for the most part.
You
You
do a
have bits in the game that you're like, I want to like that sounds like it would be really fun to see. It would be really cool to happen. how do we get that to happen, basically.
That's why you do a prototype. That you do a prototype to explore. It's an exploration. It's not meant to be the final game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not meant to be anything but an exploration. In a lot of cases, prototypes are thrown out entirely. The code isn't used.
Yeah.
I think that's crazy sometimes, but depending on. But that's the thing. Like, if it's so large that you are tempted to use the prototype's code, then it's probably too large.
I would. Yeah, I think so. I guess it does. There are cases where you'd be like, oh yeah, the prototype's actually like really good for this, but
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that, like, you might look at the code and then make some, when you make the actual game code, when you go into production, that code would be better written or be made in a way that is
wait,
what?
you're putting forward the idea that it's okay to have like really sloppy code in prototypes.
No. What? Okay, there's.
Or at
It
least
needs to be readable
sloppy.
code. What I'm saying is, like,
as long as it gets the job done.
it has to be readable enough for you to be able to make changes. So basically, if you can't iterate quickly, then it's too sloppy. The prototype needs to be like, that's the foremost idea, that it needs to be able to be iterated quickly.
Yeah.
You don't like make an architecture. You put it that way. You don't go as far as to like architecture out the whole game code and like make UMLs and things like that. You don't go to that extent. When you go into production, you might do that in a big company.
I don't know if anybody uses UMLs these days.
Well, maybe not UMLs, but you don't really set up like a code architecture.
No. In prototyping.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if we're in the prototyping phase right now, although we are on a much shorter time budget, I guess.
A lot of prototypes are done in much shorter. Well, prototypes have been done in shorter periods of time. Entire games in the old days apparently were done in half a year.
Yeah. Well, they were a lot less complex as well.
But they also were written from scratch.
They were written from scratch. But they were also a lot less complex. Heck, I'm pretty sure they used to write. I don't know if they wrote them in binary very often, but
They were more fundamental.
Fortran.
They were more fundamental. Like, they were fundamentally written as opposed to, and that meant that there wasn't a lot of there wasn't as much like cognitive load on what you were actually working on. You didn't have to like have all this stuff in your brain. That's usually my problem is, like, if I have to have a lot of cognitive load on like all the different interactions, the spaghetti. Ugh. Obviously, to some extent, you got to deal with that, but I'm sorry I took us on a tangent.
This sounds like a conversation that needed to happen. For the most part.
I guess my general point is that I'm just concerned that we don't really know what we don't really have an idea of what we want for the prototype, which is all we should be focusing on.
Hmm.
And when we made our other game in a week, we focused on what we needed for the prototype, which is what that is, which is what it was. Granted, smaller, but it
Yeah.
also meant that we did better with less time, and we didn't really plan. We just played out programming something, implementing it, not overly complicating the code, where like with the state machine and everything. Um, we had some like spaghetti going on, but like
I will say that it was a bit of give and take with it because yes,
yeah,
it was a very well functioning game. However, it wasn't very cohesive in terms of the people that played it understanding why it was fitting the theme or anything. There was
yeah.
there was a lack of understanding why things were happening because there wasn't any cohesion on making sure that the player had these different had anything really to tell them what was going on. It
But see,
functioned well. It was a very good game functionally.
well, even the person that was actually the game jam reviewer, didn't they actually say that they thought it was good mechanically? They were just not. They said they liked how we used the death theme.
Was this in chat or was this in like an actual review?
It was in their review.
Hold on, let me pull up the itch page. I think who was the actual reviewer on that? Do you remember their name?
I don't remember. I guess I looked it up on here.
I'm pulling up the itch page at the moment. My creations? Yeah.
Did we see that? Was it under here? Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, wait. I thought the comments were on this page.
I mean, I don't know if who the reviewer is. Is it Cope? No, that's. I don't know. I don't remember. Well, I guess maybe it wasn't one of the reviewers.
I don't even know how to see reviews anymore. It's been too long.
But you have people who submitted, and people understood the not dead yet wild card.
They knew that a transition was happening at least. I can only assume that
specifically
they
say
happened
the
to
turn
put the
death
pieces
effect.
together. Say what?
Yeah, I do agree that we if that's our largest problem, that the themes were not obvious enough, I think that's less of a concern than the functionality. If the functionality was there and the theme was there but it wasn't obvious, then that's something we can improve on. But if we weren't even able to get it functioning, then that would be a different story. And that's really, you don't have a game unless you have a functioning game. So, I mean, you have to be able to prototype something out and have it function in order to actually be able to iterate on the design. you need a starting point. I understand like planning, like
Yeah.
I said before, use it as a guideline or a starting point, but you must understand that that's going to change. Especially in pre-production. I mean, most games that go through pre-production either, in some cases, completely scrap or throw out what they had in pre-production. So they spend a lot of time in pre-production making all these choices that they end up just throwing out. But that is a part of the process. I just think that you want to spend as little, the whole point of the prototyping is that you want to spend as little time implementing something officially as possible. You don't want to go into production before you're ready to.
I agree.
And the kinds of things that you want to avoid are adding more of something. So more content, like more levels, more bosses. Thinking about and planning all of those things is too much in pre-production. You should be thinking about systems and mechanics. That's it. Because that's what your bosses are going to be based off of. You could have one boss because you need to be able to kind of play that out because they are a part of the systems and mechanics. But they're going to be based off of what you did for your player, most likely.
Most likely, yes.
So whatever that boss is going to be based off of where the player is at that time, what you have at that time.
I agree.
And it needs to be something you can iterate on more. If you pre-designed all of the bosses, knowing based on what you designed your player to be on paper, you're gonna have a bad time because most likely it's not going to work exactly how you wrote it down, or even generally in some cases. It's going to change.
Which is why I kind of said that we were. I at one point I was saying, hey, I don't think that like. I was saying that we should probably get based on the players' abilities that we've thought about. We should probably try to approach the boss designs in a way
Mhm.
that would be cohesive with those abilities.
Yeah.
But we didn't do that.
Well, we didn't like talk about a boss, a single boss,
No.
which, like I said, like you want to think about a single boss. But at the same time, I do think that you don't even necessarily have to go as far as to prototype the bosses yet. That might be a separate thing. After you've prototyped being able to like move around, do the actions that the player could do, because once you've nailed those down, then making the bosses would be easier. Making any boss. Does that make sense?
I think that it could inspire the bosses, yes.
Because what we talked about when we talked about bosses was just like we were identifying enemies that we wanted to be bosses. That's it. Like we didn't really decide anything else.
Yeah, I wasn't super on board with that one either.
What would you have been
I
on
think
board
I
with?
I think I actually said at the time, like, why are we deciding what's a boss now? Like, we don't even know what abilities the player is gonna have yet.
Okay, then what would have been the point of even writing down enemies?
Sort of just to have a pool to get the juices flowing. That was pretty much all it was.
I mean, deciding who's a boss at that point wouldn't matter either.
Well, I mean, technically still
chose a
doesn't.
name.
We can always.
That's it. What did that cost us?
I feel like it put into our minds that they were definitely going to be bosses, rather than these are potential bosses. Even though it says potential boss on the card, I'm pretty sure that the discussion that we had, it was solidified as these are definitely bosses. We're going to have to fit them into the game now.
I don't know if I saw it that way. I just saw I guess I just saw again. I see them as guideline. I saw it as a guideline. Like
Yeah.
everything we wrote down is just a guideline. All of those things could be thrown out.
Yeah. That's
Um,
exactly how I see it too. Like I'm not
so,
even really considering the bosses right now. Still, I'm still mulling over
yeah.
potential bosses. Heck, I was adding enemies last week. Still, like I was just like, oh, you know what? I thought of a few more fun ideas. I'll just drop them into the pile.
But I guess like I don't. I guess I'm confused where you draw the line.
Where I draw the line at
How in
which one
depth
are
you get?
definitely bosses.
Because like we're
Oh,
just saying that they're bosses doesn't really do anything. Like it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't really hurt anything to say that. But we did this. I mean, we did the planning. But
some
like
planning.
I guess the question is like, what was the value of the planning in the first place? If
It's the spiderweb analogy I came up with is it's a little bit of a tug on one of the threads in a direction that eventually will cause it to actually be a more cohesive design in the end.
I mean, it does. Like I said, writing down the names so that we have an idea of what like we
Mm-hmm.
have a theme, we have a thematic idea of what they would be, but we didn't write down any mechanics or anything like that because
Nope.
pre-deciding that is meaningless. Um, so I don't think it really matters.
I mean,
I don't think it
there were
hurts.
certain things like the Throtato, I think, that sort of I
We
some of those
spitballed.
ideas, yeah, basically. Some of those ideas could inspire mechanics that we could then explore, basically, was the idea. We could say, okay, well maybe this mechanic could be interesting, and then we could try to prototype that at some point down the line if we're still interested in it.
See, the advantage of us not actually writing those things down is actually that we'll probably forget that we said that.
I see that as a disadvantage.
Why? Because
Uh,
if you write it down, like I said before, anything you write down, we would end up using, and we would end up referencing it as a task that we needed to do. But if it's something that we just said, then unless we were absolutely married to that idea and we knew 100% that we were going to implement it, I, it would end up being a detriment.
I would
Because
see it as
we might remember it if it was a good idea. I would think.
maybe.
But if it was just like an offhand comment that would have been horrible for the game or would have been very hard to implement and we didn't write it down.
But
And
how do you know that the idea is going to be horrible for the game?
we don't. That's the thing.
Like
That's why I said
I
like,
could have a great idea and then we just forget about it because a bunch of stuff happens in between the time.
but I guess my question is like, how would, but that can go either way. Like writing it
Yeah.
down
So just
could
why
end up
not
being
just
a
write it
huge
down
detriment
anyway? It didn't matter.
because if you do end up implementing that, it I don't know. It depends. And if our ability to assess whether something is able to be implemented was good, then sure. I guess I would just err on the side of we we don't know. We don't know well enough. is my point. Especially where we're in the midst of of like discussing it. You know, we're caught up in brainstorming. There are a lot of things that come out in brainstorming that you might write down, but I suppose you know if you got to know well enough to draw a line.
Yes. Yes, you do.
And I don't know where that line is. So
I don't think I have a specific definition for where the line is either. I think it's more of just this sort of design-based approach is what I'm more used to when coming up with these kinds of ideas. So I sort of just go by feel on it, which is hard to measure. I understand that much. But I'm hoping that over time I will be able to get better at it. And then I can see the problems before they hit, just based off the design. There's a reason that when I was working QA, I could sit in a design meeting, hear things, and just be like, that's going to cause all of these problems. We're going to need to rework that at some point or plan ahead for it.
oh yeah, I mean that's I guess I have trouble planning things in general. So maybe it's just a personal problem. I
I
I
think
think
it's
it's
just different approaches to how we make these things.
yeah. It's funny because I tend to plan my over plan my code, or at least I did a lot more of that. Because you know you used to say I would get in the weeds. Like it's I have the opposite. I think the opposite way when it comes to programming. At least
Hmm.
I did a lot more before, but I would get in the weeds on what I was making because I was like, oh, how am I going to do this in a way that is uh more flexible but like I would always try to architecture things ahead of time. That is a perfect example of me planning something, and my problem is that I can't. It's why I could never like whenever I would write, I'm like, okay, I want to write down what I'm going to do with my code. I'm going to pseudocode. I would sit there and stare at a blank page
Hmm.
because I couldn't do it. I can't. It's hard for me to plan. Like draw something out or whatever. Like I just can't put it to page in a way that isn't the thing. I have to do it incrementally. I have to do it iteratively. I can't do that. I can't plan everything. Because
Hmm.
usually when I do, I end up over planning and then I latch onto it. It becomes gospel as opposed to just,
As opposed to guideline.
yeah. And maybe that's the reason I keep harping on the idea that it should just be a guideline because I know the dangers of planning something and latching onto it.
Hmm. I every idea that we've come up with besides the theme,
Yeah.
I am not married to.
Good.
For your just to calm the storm a little bit here. I am ready to throw out like every single ability that we've made if we decide that it's not going to work.
Well, I wasn't trying to like be. I wasn't trying to say that you were doing that. I was just trying to raise the red flag.
Yeah, no, I'm attempting to put your worries at ease a little bit, just in terms of the overall project,
Yeah, because like you look at
the
what we did
overall
for the clue game.
team.
We didn't, and like yes, some planning probably
Planned a
would
little
be.
bit.
Yeah, plan a little bit. Again, have a guideline.
Yeah,
That's why I was saying originally, like if
but
you were gonna
we
write a
also knew that
campaign,
it was going to be a lot smaller of a scope too.
yeah,
We have like
um,
4 times the scope technically that we did before right now.
4 weeks.
Exactly.
Um,
In theory, virtually 4 times. Realistically, probably like 2.5 to
16.
3.
Yeah, maybe not 16 times.
No, no, we have
Maybe.
less time than 4. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Because
there's
we
no
already knew
way.
that we were going to be out a few days of the month, so that's already less than 4 weeks that we have to work with.
There's no way we're gonna do this.
30 days? It's from the 15th to the 15th, I'm pretty sure. Which I think is 30 days. Yeah, that's 30 days. 15 times 2.
I just don't. I don't know that we're going to be able to do this
Or is it the 14th? Or is it the 13th?
unless we had a really.
Making a Metroidvania is hard. And also, remember that this is our first one.
Yeah,
This is the first time we've ever approached something like this. I'm touching things in Unity that I've never seen before. I didn't even know there was an animator.
really?
No. Although I've also only ever worked in like 2019. There might have been one in there, but I never saw it.
There is.
I saw the animation window, but I never saw the animator state diagram manager. There's a lot of stuff that we're
Uh,
touching
oh yeah,
that
you
is
didn't see that either.
nope.
Godot's is kind of similar to the animator in Unity, but it's
Uh,
really fucking cool.
I might have gotten to it if I was able to wiggle the legs on the insects because their legs are actually separate so that I could wiggle them a little bit, but I never did it.
It they have something that I don't think Unity has. I don't think they have blend spaces, which are basically like it's like a two-dimensional. It's basically a grid that corresponds to like it's like having like a normalized value. It's essentially just a grid. It's essentially a grid, normalized grid, and you can use it for things like if you're trying to make a character move in a particular direction, so they do a certain animation for that direction, like
Mm-hmm.
up, left, right, down, and you have set animations for each one, but you want it to like crossfade between them. You can actually have it so like if the player is using an analog, that it controls a blend position, so that if it's like halfway between two animations, it's going to crossfade between them using the blend space. Um, and it's done all in this like really intuitive interface. And you can kind of see, you can actually test it out because they have like a little crosshair that you can move around within the blend space
Oh.
to see the animations.
Oh, so it'll play them live.
Yeah,
Huh.
so you can kind of see that happen. Obviously, with like with sprites, it's just gonna switch between the animations, but
Mm-hmm.
um, but that's basically what I have in my game. It's not like character like they're not. It's not animating sprites right now. What it's doing is it's kind of changing. It's using the animations in the animations. It's changing the rotation of the hitbox and enabling and disabling it depending on what point it's at in the animation.
Mm-hmm.
So you could do like an attack animation, and it enables the hitbox for the attack period, and then disables it again at the end, and it rotates depending on what direction the animation is for. And it's really, really cool.
Huh. I'd have to see it to fully internalize everything, but it does sound
generally
interesting.
it's just, it makes it so you don't have to you're not writing in code when it goes to this
kinesthetic.
value, do this. And if you had the crossfade animations, you probably wouldn't do that. It would be a lot more difficult to do that.
Mm-hmm.
In code, unless you're going to tween or something like that. But I've talked too much.
We're having a good conversation, that's for sure. We should probably, if we can get up with Vincent, we can give it a shot. But we should probably take a step back, reassess what we're doing, at least for the player, and determine whether we think we can continue forward with it in its current state in a way that won't ruin everything later, or whether we should go ahead and just start gutting things. And, or not gutting things, but we should just start over. I feel like that is hurdle
rewrite.
number one.
That's what you're saying.
Say again.
You're saying to rewrite it.
Yeah. Either rewrite it, or refactor it, or use it as is. Are our choices. I'm okay starting a new one and just putting in the base things that we have, or that we want. Basic movement. It will probably require a refactoring in terms of enemy interaction with the player too, as well as how the attacks from the player are going to occur. We can give it a shot. It's if we feel like that is the direction that we want to go. I'm unsure exactly what the best course of action would be at the moment. Because I have less familiarity with the inner workings of the player controller.
Maybe you should.
Should familiarize myself with the player controller.
Probably.
Yeah, that's the plan now. For me, at least. Initialize. Ah.
Yeah. That's what it says.
Minor spelling mistake.
Yep.
Take damage.
How many times have you you've written blast?
Teru.
Yeah. I've written flask too many times.
Strat. Alright, I will start getting more into the player controller. I'll hold off on my current tasks so that I can make a better decision on what I think we should do, I guess. On what my vote for moving
I
forward
mean,
will be at least.
at least so you would have a fuller understanding of why. I
Yeah.
think it's
I need to determine if I
you
think that
already
I could work with it in some degree,
yeah.
then I might be able to say that I think we should just go forward with it since I know it's going to be a rocky base, but we are since the game jam has started, I think technically the start of the game jam was supposed to be the start of production in a way.
Uh,
I think most people did their planning before the game jam actually started.
you're not supposed to though.
Maybe.
You're not. Like it should literally be the first day should be when you're doing your planning.
Well, this is slightly different rules for things too, because since they allow old code to be used, but
I mean, let's be honest.
I don't think they
In the
specify
Godot Wild
planning.
Jam, I kind of doubt that all those people didn't use old code. But
Most likely, yeah. I'm fairly certain somebody used some pre-made code.
because there's really no way for them to know.
Nightmare cart.
It would have to be really obvious.
Where is
I don't know how they
Metroidvania?
would really be able to tell. It's not like they're looking at your code.
Or are they?
If they're decompiling the game, that would be iffy.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain there would be some privacy issues with that.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, I guess they're not.
It's very unlikely that they would decompile all of those games.
Where is the game jam? In progress. I wanted to go look at the page. I don't think they mention anything specifically about planning. I'm pretty sure they just say it starts here.
From what I saw, it looks like they don't actually specify that. But most game jams that I know of, like you can't. You're literally starting
Oh, I found it finally, Jesus.
when the like. I mean, to be fair, to actually be fair to everyone else, it's kind of an unspoken rule, I guess, if not specifically stated.
Oh, it does specifically say designing. Wow.
Oh, okay.
General purpose. Oh, wait, hold on. General purpose code, designing, bases and models, placeholders, and story can be made before the start of the jam.
General purpose, though.
General purpose.
I don't know if that also applies to design, but
I don't know what his rank has to do with it, but
I don't know it. Oh, Josh. I didn't expect that.
All right. I've got to use the restroom
I actually do too.
because I have been drinking tea this whole time that we've been talking, and it's been like 2 hours, I think, of conversation.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's good conversation. They're not easy conversations, but they're good conversations. What the hell are these? I will spend most of the rest of my day, I think, looking at the player controller. I'm probably going to try to consolidate a few things that I have in the enemy because functionality's currently still a little broken on my end, and I've been trying to figure that out too. So I think I'll try to touch that just a little bit more, and then I'll focus on taking a look at the player controller, so that we are ready to
We
talk
can look
about
at
that.
it too.
Also
That's not
fair.
the way that I phrased that.
I feel like I need to poke it at myself for a little bit, just so I can internalize some things.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, like, if
and then
You
then we
can-
can go through it together.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Hello.
All right. Let's see here. Currently, I think I've fixed most of the problems that I've got on my side of things. Most of the things that are not normal at the moment, except for one, and that is that the camera no longer follows the player. But our enemy at least now chases the player again. Escaped. Look at that. Espionage in action. Tactical stealth. Pew. Wow, he can't see me actually. I'm invisible. He'll never know. I didn't know. What a thing to come back to, huh? I did not know that was that was possible at the moment. That's funny. Wahoo! Yippee! My beautiful butt cheeks. Right, camera, player. Current course of action. And the only thing that I really adjusted was the layers. Is it because it's on a different layer now, it can't see the player? This is the wrong script. Do we have a camera option up here? A camera variable? Camera preferable. Where does this get instantiated? Here. Get component in children remote mover.
Maybe the rigid body got removed. I feel like that would be causing a ton of errors to spew out, though, right? Remote mover. Is that just not on anything anymore? Is that on the camera? Oh wait, there's a side-scrolling camera. Bow. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, this doesn't look like it's following the player at all. It's definitely its other one. That I've already lost because I was distracted by myself. Okay, so this is in the player's hierarchy somewhere then. Oh, camera dummy. I haven't really changed anything related to these things, so I don't know why this broke exactly. The only thing that I've changed the raycaster on the enemy? I thought so, but maybe I'm mistaken. Ugh. Anchovies, olives, mushrooms, and banana. That sounds terrible. I'm streaming. I forgot. So it's attempting to find this. Is it finding that? Well, it has to be finding it because it's assigning the rigid body. So that's working. So it must be something with the camera itself. Did I change anything with the camera itself? Where's my git? Attack hitbox utility I made, but I don't like. There's a bunch of scene changes that I've made, but I don't know which one of those would have caused this to break. This was working in the beginning, right? I broke something along the way. But what was it? Wow. Is it the prefab? I don't think so. Can I see the dip, maybe, on the sample scene? Maybe that will help me decide what the problem is. Well, I certainly see some things, but I don't know what object it's for, because the scene in the text file is weird. Audio jungle. I don't know. That's cute. Ba 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 ba. Oh, hello, voice meter. I didn't expect you to be here. I don't know. Quack, quack. Quack, quack. I don't see exactly any reason that this thing shouldn't be moving. But there's definitely a reason. Why is it here, actually? And then it snaps to here. Whoa. Why did it move like that? We don't have any other reference to it. I guess it's repositioning because the player was falling, maybe? But didn't it go up? Yeah, it went up.
It's like it lost reference to where the player's position was. But it has this one. Wait, the player has that as a component. The remote mover that's on it. Hold on, is the remote mover object? Yeah, okay, so it's supposed to move the child object to follow, or rather wait, it moves the child object to follow itself? So we've made a camera prefab. Takes the... Okay, yeah. We made a camera prefab. It takes the rigid body that's on the camera prefab that it instantiated, and it updates its position based on the current transform of this object. And because this object is a child of the player, it moves with the player. But do it.
Hello?
Hello. Okay,
Did you
do.
just come back?
No, I've been here for a while.
Oh, okay. You know what I have? Ugh. My mom had gotten me this, it's like a hard cider.
Whoa,
Yeah,
interesting.
it's the only, I've never had any beer in my apartment. And she's like, because I got this cider one time that we went to a restaurant, and apparently it was in a store. It was really good, so I was like, oh, you know, it'd be cool if you could find it somewhere. And my mom decided to get it, and told me about it before I came down. So I had like, it was like a small package, maybe like half a dozen. Pack, whatever. See, I don't even say.
A 6-pack, yeah.
They just called it half a dozen.
A baker's dozen.
Isn't that 13?
Yeah.
I should know that.
Weird. Okay. So the object is moving, but the camera's not being updated to follow it for some reason. Why not?
I did push up the long dash, by the way.
Let me fix this first.
Okay, that's fine. It's not like. That's very detrimental to my health.
Or, you know, technically, maybe it's a good idea to actually pull it in while this
I know
is
right
broken.
now, with the way that you have the invisible platforms and stuff like that.
I fixed that.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, it was the collider on the tile map didn't update to the current form of the tile map.
Right, right.
I assume you still have the old tile map that I had made for this scene.
Yeah, it looks like it. Interesting. I keep getting emails about Concord. Join the crew of the North Star.
Is that
Assemble your crew of free gunner space outlaws and team up with online friends for thrilling 5v5 PvP modes across the galaxy.
okay?
Yeah, that.
It's like, isn't Concord like a plane or something?
It's funny that
It's great.
two of the characters that they show in the art look like a recolor of Thanos and one of the characters from Guardians of the Galaxy.
They're probably close enough for a reason. Everybody's trying to match those Fortnite characters.
They don't look that cartoonish. They're not like super cartoonish. They look like maybe superhero kind of 3D.
How about the red
model.
guy?
Yeah.
He's a big man.
Firewalk. I don't know. There's some like I get some vibes of some older FPSs from the way that the way they're portraying it. I don't know.
Sony avoids free to
Apparently.
play.
Time Splitters might come back.
Time Splitters?
Yeah, that's actually the right accent for that because they're from the UK.
Yeah. That's the only... I watched a video of a guy from the UK saying Time Splitters. So that's...
Time.
He's like, oh, Time Splitters. Oh.
I love Time Splitters.
Basically. They were playing TF2
Yeah.
at the time, and they were talking about it, yeah. And somebody mentioned the Time Splitters. It's like, oh my god, yes.
I love Time Splitters. Yeah, Time Splitter 2 perfect. That's really fun.
Gosh, I'm funny.
Yes.
It appears something might be overriding the camera movement
for some reason, and I don't know what. Because I can move the camera manually in the scene and have it like adjust its position, but it never adjusts it quite right.
Excuse me.
Oh. Well.
I mean, maybe no time splitters, but I don't know. I know Perfect Dark's coming back.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I was completely surprised about that because it kind of seems a little bit like a immersive sim, or like Deus Ex style, which
I guess they brought back
These-
System Shock, so this makes sense.
that's actually really cool. I think it makes perfect sense for Perfect Dark, actually. Because it's basically like as if you took 007 and decided to... I mean, that's literally the reason Perfect Dark was made. If you just took 007 and made it into an immersive sim. Perfect Dark only exists because they didn't have the license 007.
Yeah.
But I don't think Rare is working on it. Which is weird.
Okay, well, why is it up there now?
What was the Perfect Dark? What was the name? Oh, it's Crystal Dynamics.
It's like every other frame, if I move this, it goes to the player.
Oh wow. That's really weird. It went from Tomb Raider to Perfect Dark. Well, interesting. Is that Joanna Dark?
Aye!
Oh? I mean, she looks like a much less sexualized Joanna Dark. So that's fine.
Is that Perfect Dark?
What?
I said, is that Perfect Dark protag?
Yeah, Joanna Dark.
Okay. What should I food?
Food. Eating.
Taco.
I'm gonna make another veggie burger. I made one for lunch. I'm boring.
It's Taco Friday.
Yeah, that doesn't work as well.
You should have Fritos.
What?
Fajita Friday. There you go. That's a good one. I forgot about fajitas. I rarely order them.
I don't order anything.
I order things when I go order things.
What is that?
Usually if I get invited out somewhere or if I remember that I can invite other people places.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Reasonable.
I forget to do that extremely often.
What?
Just Tabby meowing.
You hear that?
Not now. I heard her earlier. just a very
Wow.
light. I don't know if that's a BTTV. I haven't seen that one before.
A what?
BTTV. There's a site called Better Twitch TV. It's also a plugin for your browser
Okay.
that gives you extra emotes, basically.
Oh.
So you don't have to pay for a subscription to have a bunch of emotes necessarily, as long as people have the BTTV plugin installed, they can see the emotes that you have on your channel.
Does Twitch not have a regulation against that sort of thing?
I don't think they can stop us.
I wouldn't think so, but I don't. This is companies we're talking about. I guess I would expect them to be harsh towards those sort of things. You must use our ecosystem.
Let's get rid of emulators.
I would guess that they probably don't want to alienate people, but companies shoot themselves in the foot all the time.
There are quite a few eye roll emotes, yes. A lot of them are random people that are probably the streamers that I don't recognize. A lot of them are Pepe the Frog. There's a Flork one. There's a couple of what's-his-face from The Office. I don't remember any of their names, except for Jim and Dwight. Stanley, that's his name. Got it. Mayo. Mayo ice cream cow. Madison. It's too late. I've already done the looking. You can't unlook the emote. Me. I feel like it's gotten really dark in here. It has gotten really dark in here. Look at the penumbra. I don't know what is wrong with this camera, because it appears that it's just not. It's supposed to be following a target thing, and the target thing is moving, but it's not updating its position to match the target thing. And I don't know why, because I don't think I've touched the camera. It was working, I'm fairly certain.
So the camera follows moving.
Yeah, the remote mover object is moving, and it has the rigid body 2D of the camera that gets spawned in its. It has a reference to it.
Mm-hmm.
And the camera stays fixed in place. And if I move the camera, then it does change positions to the character for a frame, and then it goes to like the top left corner of the screen and stays there. So I don't know how I broke it, but I have. Apparently. I don't think I actually changed layers on anything. I think I thought about changing layers, but I didn't do it. Or I reverted it or something.
You didn't pull my changes, did you?
I pulled your changes from this morning.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
That's why I have your moving camera stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
This is madness. This is Sparta.
This is Athens.
Doesn't sound as epic. Um. Does it start out in the top corner?
It starts out in like the center of the screen at 0, 0.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes to the player like 2 frames later. Yep. So now it's on the centered-ish on the player. It's actually a little bit in front of the player,
Mm-hmm.
but it's close enough for the current purposes. And then it goes up a little bit for some reason. I don't know why. And then there it stays.
What is the... Are you able to tell what the collider looks like?
It's just like the edge of the... I'm pretty sure this whole rectangle for the camera is the collider.
So
Like
you
it's-
select it and you can see the green line.
Oh, I think I've gone past the camera. There it is. Scott Plaid. I can, at the very least, see that there is a box collider on it. Its size is 10.6666666666666666666.
Okay.
That's X anyway. Its Y is just 6. But anyway, yes, it has a collider, and it is big. It also has a rigid body. And the camera dummy has a reference to the rigid body, and I can click it, and I know it's that one. 66666.
Wait. Didn't you change the layers?
I don't think I did.
Oh, I thought you did.
Because the only
dummy
layer
is
that I
done.
would have to worry about changing would
Dummy,
be
that wouldn't matter.
the main camera prefab is on layer player, right? Did I tag it? It's tagged as main camera.
Yeah, it's on main camera.
I tagged... Oh, I changed the tile map to be on layer environment.
Oh.
So that would
that might
cause
be a
it?
problem. Yeah, because go into the... You may have to go into physics settings. Because you added environment, didn't you?
I did.
Go to the... Edit the physics settings, so you go to edit. Go... I think it's edit project settings.
Yeah.
And go to physics 2D.
Oh, right.
Layer collision matrix. The tab. It used to be. Yeah, here we go. Go up.
I don't see it.
It's not in that tab.
Oh.
They have layer collision matrix now.
Oh, I can't. Environment collides with everything. Besides world boundary?
Yeah, do that. There you go. I think that
And
should
UI.
fix it. I mean, yeah, I guess you could just deselect things you shouldn't collide with.
Environment ignores raycast. Wait, no, I want it to ignore raycast. Wait, but that
Excuse
means
me.
it collides with things that are on ignore raycast. I don't know. We'll just leave that on for now. Oh, do I have to go do this again? I think the project settings should save. Nope.
They don't save, or it didn't work.
They don't save when you're in play mode. I thought the project
Oh.
settings were one of those things that were immune to that.
That's it. Yeah. It should. I don't know why they wouldn't make it do that.
It didn't work.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. Yeet. I found that you can crouch under the enemy also. Too fast. Too fast. Too fast. Too fast. I'm pretty sure I'm still getting hit, but you just can't see it because I'm crouched.
It doesn't seem to respect any of the colliders, right? It just kind of seems like it's moving randomly, even though it's not random.
What if I set environment back to default? It seems like it's not moving at all. Okay. Okay, yeah. If I turn the environment to the other. Ow. Oh wait, hold on. The player's actually recognizing.
Recognizing?
Or the enemy is actually recognizing the player. Oh, that's right, because of my conditions that I updated. Okay, so I probably don't need the environment layer then.
Really? Okay.
Maybe. Although I have noticed that on this initial bit, the camera does just go straight through the floor. There's no lower collider, I don't think. Oh wait, bottom world boundary is off right now, actually.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if I did that or if that came like that. We're gonna have to find an easier way to do world boundaries, I guess, at some point too. Depending on what our levels look like.
I mean, that could be as simple as make it so that the tile maps are set up like that.
Yeah, we could probably have a tile on the outside. It's like double layer the tiles. Layer? Oh, it did it again. Bottom world boundary doesn't seem to be abiding by the laws of physics.
Is the collider set up properly?
Can't I move this?
It's static.
Oh.
Yeah, I made them stacky. Probably don't need to be, but... Oh, at least for our test.
Wait, hold on. I know what the problem is.
What happened?
There's no collider on it.
Oh. Yeah, something happened that was not like that.
Yeah, I imagine it was something to do with the import merge thing that I did. That there mergey thing that I did. Because these things are like halfway into the walls. Probably fine. Wait, the right world boundary doesn't have a collider either. What have I done? This is why I don't like editing. I'm just gonna take your script next time this happens. Be easier. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Was fajita the right choice, Hunter? Was Vegeta? Wait, what? Oh, interesting. This reminds me of the SAX scene. Except the SAX, I guess, was more omnipresent. Omnipotent? They knew where you were without looking at you. Right. All right. Now with that out of the way, let me commit what I have. To my own branch. So that I don't lose that, except for this. Ah, task list. I have fixed the functionality. We are back to status quo. I'll probably do that second task later, actually. Off screen. That sounds like a tomorrow morning thing for me. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I realized, by the way, during our whole, like serious design talk a while ago, I had my Visual Studio up and there was just Dancing Pug happening the whole time. But I turned the music off for it. So there's just a Dancing Pug happening. And there was also a cat jam, I guess.
Well, I don't know what to say.
I mean, they're omnipresent.
Yeah.
They're not
They're
omnipresent. I don't think that's how you use that word.
Nope.
They're always present,
But-
though.
They're everywhere.
They're everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah. Why are there a lot of people playing Guild Wars 2?
Wow.
There's...
I think an update just came out or something. I saw some information about Guild Wars 2 at one point, but I don't remember where from.
Uh, 7.2K.
27 million registered losers.
Oh. Okay, the Isle of Janthier, I think, came out. Or Janthier Wilds. Janthier Wilds. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what it is. Yeah, that's why.
An oop doot.
A little more than an update.
A
It's basically like a
patch.
mini... They're doing mini expansions now.
This shouldn't be in there. This shouldn't be in there.
Though every game that has done mini expansions has gone back to regular expansions. So, probably not gonna last long.
Unbroke the merge. Bap bap.
I just got an ad for World of Warcraft: The War Within. And they're doing it in a way that, like, feels very much like the old World of Warcraft commercials. Like they're trying to get people that are our age back in.
Hmm. They're always trying to get players.
I can.
Those sons of bitches.
I always like how the voices that the way that they like make the voices or modify the voices in Guild Wars 2 for the Char, they always give them like the kind of like somewhat growly kind of voice
For the who?
where it sound the Char. They're basically like
Those
cats.
the lizards? Oh.
Yeah, they're actual like cat people, like real beast people. And they always kind of have like this somewhat growly back to their voice. It's really cool.
Wow.
It's more like
Wow.
I don't know. It's not anime. It's very much like what you would expect from a beast person. How they should sound.
Meow.
They've made those
I'm on
jokes
top of
before.
it. I
but-
can be a voice actor.
Yeah.
Ta ta. Ta 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 ta. Ta ta. All right, let's pull these changes down. Update from main. Ah. Oh, good, no conflicts. I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner now that I think about it. But I'll probably handle that soon since it's nearly 6 o'clock.
Eat.
I think I might... I still have some spezzo left over, so I might just cook that. And, like, season the water or something. Egg noodles, basically.
Oh.
I think I might just make some homemade cheap ramen. Maybe we'll drop an egg in there. And not using ramen noodles. German ramen. I've got bouillon cubes. So I'll just toss a few of those in the pot. Oh, they're in progress. I can't stop those. Did my timer go off? Well. Shucks. Yesterday before I got off, I'm pretty sure I said that I was gonna go play Metroid Prime, and then I remembered because somebody told me, I think Hunter told me, that it was Thursday,
Yeah.
which is when I play Valheim.
Oh.
So I was like, well, that's a lie. Oh well. But I will be playing Metroid Prime tonight.
Finally, you get to enjoy playing.
Yeah. I've done it twice this week already, so this will be part 3, and it'll be, I think I've just exited the ice area, Fendera? Something like that. And I need to do some more things in the magma area. If I remember correctly.
I just accidentally clicked on a Black Myth Wukong stream. Man, does this game have awesome does this game have awesome lightning effects.
Oh. Oh, like a lightning ability or like environmental?
There's a boss that they're fighting that uses a ton of lightning.
Oh.
And it looks so good.
Nice, 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 nice.
And they're like fighting in the snow too, so all the snow is like deforming.
Is it like around the body, or is it just,
Yeah.
Is it like a leg? Okay.
It's also like everything. They
Only
tumble into the
legs.
ground. It distorts it. It's all geometric snow. Like it might be a shader. I don't know. Looks like it could be a shader. Yeah, the animations look really good too.
Yeah, I was excited when they announced it initially. I really want to play it one day. One day I'll play it. I say as I set it at the bottom of my pile of backlog games.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my knee. Alright.
I think I'm gonna get off of here.
Freeman?
Freeman.
Streamin'? Freeman? Freeman streaming?
I'm a streaming Freeman.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to stop streaming for right now.
Good.
And in like an hour and a half, I think I'll be back. That'll be 7. For some Metroidvania.
Primal.
Some primal Metroids. It might be a 2-hour break. I'll have to see. I just want to take my headset off. It gets real sweaty in these cups.
Okay.
I gotta let the girls out, you know?
AKA your ears.
Yeah.
All right.
Goodbye, stream. I'll be back for a little more exciting endeavors later.